life of an elementary school superintendent is tough. It's not easy as some people seem to think. You work hard, getting nothing but low test scores and class after class of ugly, ugly children in return. I was up before dawn that morning, as I am most days. By 10 a.m., I had made a few important phone calls, dropped off my Honda Accord at the garage, and set out to grab a reasonably priced bottle of red from the nearest bodega. I'm not from here. I grew up in New York State. It's where I became a teacher, where I met my wife, where we started our family. We'd mapped out a life for ourselves, but it never came to pass. After she died, looking for a fresh start, I took a superintendent position here in Springfield. Married to the job, I rarely speculate on what the future holds anymore. It was now well after 11 a.m., and I would have liked nothing more than to go home and cook my daughter a nice, delicious meal instead. Of course, there's no way I could possibly replace her irreplaceable mother. But recently, I had dipped my toe into the dating pool, which set into motion a series of events resulting in my agreeing to have lunch with a man I tried to avoid at all costs. His name was Seymour Skinner, the principal of Springfield Elementary, my subordinate, a tragic individual in the classical sense. He had a knack for self-sabotage, all the while making the most lame exaggerations. To put it simply, Skinner really bugged me.
That, folks, is the first 2 minutes from My Dinner with Skinner. This is the steamed hams, but they turned it into a critically acclaimed film, similar to My Dinner with Andre, if you've ever heard of that film. It is 45 fucking minutes long. It's the real deal. They churned the 2 minutes. Yes, this is a Simpsons reference. This is officially a 45-minute Simpsons reference. It's genius. It's the first 2 minutes are actually super genius because you know the skit opens up with him being like, I made it to your house regardless of your instructions, right? Because it shows him having problems with these instructions. He doesn't know how to get there. He's lost. He's fucking lost. This is a nice little reference right here that most people didn't notice. The El Barto on the dumpster here. Looks like it's been digitally added. But that's a really nice reference. I mean, it's just genius. Unfortunately, the guy that they got to play Seymour, not as good as the guy that they got to play Skinner. He's pretty good, but the Skinner nails it. The guy who does Skinner fucking nails it. Just genius stuff. Steamed hams, but it's a critically acclaimed feature film. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks. These people are fucking... There's geniuses out there.
Bump the tricks out.
Bump that fucking track, because you know what fucking time it is. It's news time, motherfuckers. Time for some fucking news. Are you ready? I got nightmares by the bucket. I got buckets dripping with nightmares. Check your innocence at the door. It's at HP Shorty, Greatest Hits Volume 1. Strategy member number 1 in the chat, B-Ree, coming in real close, number 2. But she's number 1. She's number 1 in my eyes. Strategy member like, what am I, man? Chopped liver? No one says the chopped liver anymore. People still hate chopped liver. No one's making that reference anymore. They're not making fruitcake references either. You know, there was like a bunch of jokes about how fruitcake, you know, no one eats it, just lasts forever. Not making fruitcake jokes anymore, man. You know, it just we lost the America I used to know. You know? You're gonna hear me repeat this, folks. You're gonna hear me repeat this, but today is an omni shambles. I have nothing organized. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm starting as early as humanly possible because I have a hard cutoff date at 4. So that leaves me with I think 5 hours. So let's see how much of this I can do, and we'll go from there. All the news, all of it, all at once. We're just 600 videos playing at once. You figure it out. You know my opinions. I don't even need to tell you my opinions. You get them. I'm quite good at telling you what I think. Right? OGs in the chat, they don't need to hear this. They know exactly what I'm thinking. Tired of streaming to zero? I'm tired of you reminding me. Stop reminding me. You haunt my dreams. Leave me alone, apparition. I know I'm a loser. God. Did you know you're a fucking loser? Oh. Buy your way to the top. You know, I make fun of Kick, but soon it's like I'm gonna get kicked from fucking Twitch. I know this. I know Jeff Bezos is getting the emails. Maybe it's Barron. Maybe Barron is the only thing keeping Twitch alive. You know what I mean? Oh, Dad, I like Twitch. I pwn the noobs on Twitch. I want to be a Twitch celebrity like Kai Cenat. Okay. I don't like Kai's content. I'm just going to say that. Drones shut down Danish airports in hybrid attack. This is, I don't even know what is underreported anymore. It's such a flood of everything. It's just a constant stream of nightmares, right? What is underreported anymore? It's amazing that anything gets reported other than just like 24/7 Trump. Here's what he's doing to destroy this. Here's what he's doing to destroy that. And it's great too, isn't it? Isn't it great when he destroys something and then nothing happens? And then everyone's like, well, I guess we didn't need it. I guess we didn't need it. It's like we're all on a ship floating on the ocean, slowly dismantling all the systems, right? And they're all like, well, we're technically still moving and we're technically still floating. So I guess we're good to go. I guess we didn't need any of that extra stuff. The first crisis, the first legitimate crisis that hits this administration, people are going to die. That's not a threat. That's a prediction. Their incompetence is going to get people killed. Okay. Moving away from Trump here just for a second, because we are going to get to the UN thing. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I don't have time. I got highlights. Drone shut down Danish airports in hybrid attack. Underreported, overreported, I don't know, but this is frightening stuff that, we have what's happening. They should have put they didn't put the country that did the attack. That's interesting, CNN. But this is this is Russia testing response times. And, they're testing sovereignty. And it's weird because they're not in a position to be doing this. Not even close, but they still feel confident to do it. They still feel like, that's part of the, timeline. We're going to stick to the timeline, even if our military is in complete shambles. They could never follow any of this up with a real invasion. Not right now.
European regional security as well as diplomacy is being put to the test yet again. Unauthorized drones forced the Aalborg airport in northern Denmark to shut down on Wednesday. It is the second airport to close in the country just this week. While it is unclear who was manning the drones, this comes as Europe is on high alert following a slew of airspace violations by Russia. I laid out these recent incursions earlier. While a lot of questions remain, here is what we do know so far. On September the 9th, Poland says it saw as many as 21 Russian drones entering its airspace, each one scattered across the country. NATO fighter jets shot down multiple of these drones, with authorities later telling the media many were unarmed dummy drones. Moscow denied responsibility. 5 days later, if you come with me, NATO member Romania said it deployed 2 F-16 fighter jets in an attempt to intercept a Russian drone that crossed into its airspace after an attack on neighboring Ukraine. Romania says the drone hovered inside its territory for roughly 50 minutes, 5-0.
Super good.
The foreign ministry there
Super good.
pointing the finger squarely at Moscow and its, quote, irresponsible actions. The Kremlin, though, clapped back, saying the accusation lacked evidence. And then last Friday, if you come with me,
back, CNN.
moved the incursions, as we've seen,
Talking about geopolitics over here. This isn't a hot tweet.
Estonia, which says 3 Russian fighter jets violated its airspace for a total of 12 minutes, triggering an emergency Security Council meeting in which the EU's top diplomat said was an incident that was a deliberate provocation. Russia later denied its jets had entered Estonian airspace, insisting the flight was carried out in, quote, strict accordance with international rules and without violating the borders of that country. Now, these incursions, as you can see, were mostly along NATO's eastern flank, and it's still unclear whether all of these incidents were intentional. But the incidents have put Europe on high alert. And then this week, we have seen airports in Oslo and in Copenhagen forced to shut down after at least 2 drones were spotted just yesterday.
Right. And then we've also had cyber attacks in the UK, right? Airports in the UK being shut down by cyber attacks. They're testing capabilities. God knows why. It's gonna take them 10 years to rebuild their military to anywhere close to the strength that they had before the Ukraine war. So I don't even know why they're doing this. Are they doing this for China? Are they, are they doing this for North Korea? I don't even understand. Some of this could be Israel, yeah. China's not doing this. Russia doesn't have, unless they go full total war, they'd have to orchestrate a fucking false flag the size of 16 9/11s. Uh-oh, he said it. It's go. Truther! Truther! We got a truther alert. God, I hate that term. It really, really did work at discrediting any kind of discussion around 9/11 for like 2 decades. So it worked really well. All right. Back to this just a little bit more. This is scary stuff, folks. What I was trying to say before I deviated is that I just don't understand how the Russian military could back any of this up. Oh, you're going to go into Poland, are you, Russia? I mean, maybe Estonia, maybe. But, I mean, they're like full force, foot all the way down on the gas without going into a complete total war stance. In totally dedicated to Ukraine. Like, Ukraine has completely sapped all of their resources. There's no way they could push. I don't even think into Estonia. A second front would be a complete disaster for the Russian military. They're doing this just to try to persuade that other countries that it has plans and has the capability. Yeah, but at a time when its military couldn't be weaker. Yeah, it's weird, Tisrael. Like, total delusion. But I guess that's Putin, right?
Flights from Aalborg Airport in northern Denmark were also disrupted for exactly the same reason.
That's a good point, strategy. Yeah, because we are seeing the European Union finally decide maybe this is something we should pay a little bit more attention to. Getting serious about it, all it took was Donald Trump just completely, Joe Biden and Donald Trump dropping the fucking ball, and they're coming in here. So yeah, that's a good point. This might be a test, it might be checking Europe. Oh, you don't want to do this, oh, don't you remember you guys are cowards? It's the one good thing that Keir Starmer is held his ground on, is Ukraine. And he's like, we got to put some boots on the ground. And he's not wrong. Maybe minor scorched earth type threats. Maybe. Incredulous buffoon. I love that fucking name. It's hilarious. Remember when the Soviet Union tried to attack Finland while its army was in shambles? This is exactly like it. But without invading Finland, they're probing without further plans. It's incredibly reckless. It's
not clear who was behind these drones deployments, of course, and Russia has denied involvement. But this is how the Danish government has responded. Have a listen.
And without drawing any conclusions regarding the evening and night's events in Denmark, we
how
can
they
state
do
that
things.
sabotage and
Make it
cyber
make
attacks
sense,
and other
Tisrio.
forms of hybrid attacks have become an all too reoccurring part of European reality. The purpose is to stress test borders and create fear and uncertainty among the population and decision makers, and we must also state that the threat from hybrid attacks is something that is here to stay and is developing rapidly.
Right. So that's what they're saying. Okay. To sow confusion, to to sow fear.
Well, to break down what the slew of incursions into European airspace mean for NATO and peace in Europe, I'm joined now by Gabrielas Landsbergis, former foreign minister of Lithuania. Great to see you, Gabrielas. We just laid out, as you saw there, the latest incursions. How do you assess these, I think we can call them regular incursions? I mean, that has certainly been the case in the last week, 2 weeks, and indeed its intentions here.
Nobody really believed that.
Well,
they
first
were
of all,
gonna
it's
do
good to
it
be
this
back
real.
on the show. I think that we need to call them what it is. It's a Russian operation against the West.
So 4 fucking minutes in, the word Russia finally spoken, not by CNN. No Russia anywhere on this. This is intentional, folks. Where's Russia? No Russia in the title. Look at this. No way. Okay. Alleged Russian drones. Okay. And then we get to Russia. Okay. So they do mention Russia in the description. Interesting that they don't use any hashtags here, just CNN and just hashtag news, but no other, Russia, Danish, or Poland hashtags. Interesting. It feels pretty intentional, but maybe I'm just looking too much into things.
What it is, it's a Russian operation against the Western countries on the eastern flank and the northern flank, so to say, because as you very well mentioned, northern European countries are also facing these elements, these operations, and we have to be very clear, not just by naming them, but also be very clear about what we are going to do about them. And so far, we have not yet heard a very clear answer as to that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because President Trump said he would agree, and you would have heard this, Gabrielas, with NATO shooting down Russian jets and flying objects that entered its airspace. But here's how the NATO Secretary General, what he said to my colleague, Christiane Amanpour. Have a listen.
Our military commanders, our fighter jets pilots, they can do what is necessary to keep our people safe. If there is no direct threat, they will escort these planes out of Allied airspace. If there is a direct threat, they might ultimately do the.
Okay, so they're gonna first try to meet them in the air and escort them out, which is great. I'll take it. Instead of just firing a fucking missile, blowing them up the second that they're there. Unless maybe they're fully strapped and armed, or they've already fired a missile, then they'll be treated, as a deadly threat. Finally. I mean, finally. I can hear the sighs of relief from the entire country of Ukraine from where I sit right now. Finally. NATO doing something, and it's not even in Ukraine. It's just in Poland. What would I call a Dutch neoliberal? What would I call? That sounds like a setup for a joke. It does. I don't think it's a joke, but it should be. I don't know. A Dutch crunch. I don't know. A floppy Dutchie. Floppy Dutchie. That's what I call a Dutch neoliberal.
Ultimate thing.
Which is shoot them down.
Yeah, if necessary.
Is
necessary.
that the right strategy in your view? And is
Yes.
that a strong enough deterrence?
Yes.
I think that it lacks a clear message to Putin.
It does,
because
it's still wishy-washy. It's still totally wishy-washy. Okay, and I agree with this guy here, but I will take it. It's better than literally sitting on our ass and with our fucking thumb directly up it, and going, oh gee, escalation. Meanwhile, while your enemy's escalating and pushing and shoving. Oh, I don't want to make anybody angry now.
Things that we are afraid to do what is necessary. Because we might not know when a jet or a drone poses a direct threat.
Yeah.
And if it's operating in the area of any country, a NATO country, we need to say that if it's there illegally.
No, but I mean, he basically said we're going to intercept immediately and assess and then take it from there. That's kind of basically what he said. We'll see if he follows through. That's what the action is. But he's not exactly saying we're just going to let things fly in and then we're going to assess it if it does any damage. He said, we're going to escort them out. At first, we're going to try not to, and I kind of agree with this approach because it's like, what would Russia do? Just, we're going to blast it out of the air. We, mercilessly, we're not going to escort. We're not going to try anything. We're just going to be cruel and brutal. So I like that, we are, trying at the very least to be more humane with it. But I agree with this as well. This is Putin saying like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, right. That's you're leaving yourself an out because you're not going to follow through, right? That's what Putin is hearing, and I agree.
It will be taken down. That is the message that Putin needs to hear, and so far he has not heard it.
Right. So how then do you translate that message, Gabriela? Sorry, how do you translate that message then into action? What would that mean in real terms?
Well, we need to take down. We need to be very clear that if you enter illegally an airspace of NATO country with either drone or a jet, Russia.
I would have a policy that says any drone, anything that's not, piloted by a human being gets shot down immediately. And if it's like a fighter jet piloted by a Russian or a North Korean, God help us, I'm okay with meeting it first with an escort immediately as soon as it enters the airspace, right? So within minutes, it's got an escort, and then using deadly force from there if necessary. But that that's too clear, right? That's not wishy-washy enough. The neoliberal always has to have a back way out, a way to crawl out rhetorically, and he definitely did that.
Is fighting a war against against Western ally Ukraine. So it is very clear that it doesn't have good intentions, neither against Ukraine nor against any Western country. That means that if they enter, they need to be not escorted, not, have a phone call with Moscow and ask about the intentions, why are you in Estonian airspace, but take it down.
We don't need to make a phone call.
Turkish leadership did a couple of years ago.
Escort immediately. If you don't turn around, you have 60 seconds to turn around. If you don't turn around, we will open fire, and then open fire. Right? I'm perfectly fine with all that. That's totally acceptable to me.
The plane flew in. It was taken down. No World War III started, but no other plane has ever breached Turkish.
So this is actually a pretty good point. Turkey. This, I guess this was Russia testing Turkey or something, and they were having none of it, and they shot the fucking thing down without hesitation.
Why are you in Estonian airspace? But take it down, like Turkish leadership did a couple of years ago. The plane flew in. It was taken down. No World War III started, but no other plane has ever breached Turkish airspace ever again.
Making it clear that that is the red line. Of course, our viewers would know this. NATO announced the Eastern Sentry. I mean, how effective do you think they can be realistically? And how prepared would you say, Gabrielas, are NATO countries in terms of in technological terms to stop these drones? We've seen, of course, more than 3 incursions in 10 days. In terms of Europe, NATO's preparations when it comes to drones, your assessment?
Well, unfortunately, we are not very well prepared. And the operation against Poland has clearly shown that. 20 drones have flown in, 4 were taken down. Imagine if those drones, the rest of 16 drones would be armed Shahed drones, which Ukraine sees hundreds of every single night.
So for those who aren't really paying attention, we're talking about Russian drones, using your country's airspace willy-nilly to attack another country and your country only being able to shoot down 4 of them. And it really says, well, if those drones were pointed towards our capital or other important military assets, that gives you an idea of what, kind of coverage we would actually have in a real fight scenario. And last time I checked, Poland was supposed to be investing in all kinds of money, getting ready for what they see as an eventual Russian invasion. And there's a good goddamn chance that that's going to happen. So here they are. What is it? Corruption once again? Assholes pocketing money. Only 4 shot down out of 20. That ain't good. You got to bump those numbers up. Russia means business. Maybe not in 5 years, maybe not in 10, but one of these days, Russian army will cross into Polish soil. I feel very strongly. As long as Putin's at the fucking helm, as long as Putin's in charge, right? I don't know what the guy that will eventually replace Putin looks like or what his ambitions are. But I know as long as Putin sits there, Poland is in danger. They just declare more likely unprepared, right? Okay. They just declare them as no-fly zones for Russian craft, and then after that, shoot on sight if they fly in, you get shot down. They were warned. Yeah, I mean, Kralazana, that's what this fella is basically saying. Like, come on, this is basic shit. They did it in Turkey. It didn't cause World War III. It was obvious probing, of our capabilities, and Turkey said no, to hell with that immediately. So that is I agree with that, right? Like I said, I'm okay if it's manned by a human being, to intercept it, then give it 60 seconds to turn around, and then shoot it out of the sky. Like, I'm cool with all that shit. But yeah, the wishy-washy, well, yeah, I mean, but he didn't, when Amanpour asked if, are you going to shoot him down? If we have to, which is, you don't often get, one, you don't often get that kind of clarity from anybody representing NATO, and 2, you don't get that kind of clarity from anybody who's a fucking neoliberal, right? He didn't go, maybe, no, he said, yeah, if we have to. I mean, Kralov Zanath, certainly for drones. I mean, I feel very strongly about that if they're unmanned.
So that tells us that we don't have a radar capability.
John Axel, it's like I said earlier at the beginning of this, like Russia clearly doesn't have the capabilities right now to be invading another country, opening up a second front, engaging in a war with NATO. But I think it's really more about intimidating Europe. I think it's more of like a check that, the reminder, hey, you guys are actually cowards. You're not actually going to do anything about this. I'm going to skibbity bebop all over your borders, and you're actually not going to do shit about it except talk. I think it was part of that, which is fascinating, because if the Russian army was a person, it would be starving, beat up, injured, and like broke, and doesn't have a fucking vehicle, right? And he's like, asking you for money and bumming rides off you, right? That's the Russian military right now. So it's like, imagine that guy being like, oh, don't mess with me, I'll fuck you up. I'm testing your capabilities. And you're like, my capabilities? You can barely stand. You're sending in donkey carts to the front line. Yeah, we'll get you. I will get you.
Have means to take down slow flying, low flying objects that Russians are using these days in the war.
Drones.
So
we
paradoxically, we need to be very fast of learning Ukrainian lessons.
Yes.
It's no longer that we need to teach Ukrainians anything. We are just wasting our time if we're not still doing that.
Yes.
Learn. Procure, help Ukrainians strengthen their air defenses, and and establish the same systems in our countries.
Let me get your thoughts on Ukraine, because obviously I know you were very well sourced and connected. So let me get your thoughts on what we've heard. Yesterday, the media, European leaders were trying to make sense of what we heard from President Trump on social media, where he basically said Ukraine can regain all land lost to Russia since the invasion. Is that, you think, a shift in your view, a spur-of-the-moment feeling from a president who is, quite frankly, pretty unpredictable and has really hovered on Ukraine?
Well, it is difficult to say.
Interesting.
We applaud when it is right moment. So I think it is a good moment to do that today. It strengthens Ukrainians' arguments. President Zelensky has now more arguments to persuade members of Congress, members of Senate, to speak out in the world, because he's not alone in this. Not he and European leaders, but he and President Trump are saying exactly the same thing. What I would like to see here is that the words would be followed by action. And clearly, just as with the incursions into Europe, just with Trump's words on Ukraine, a new technology that would be provided to Ukraine would actually put a lot more weight to the words that have been said. So let's talk about Tomahawks. Let's talk about Taurus, missile Taurus, long-range missiles that could be used by Ukrainians to hit targets deep within Russia. And actually, control the escalation so that it's not just Russians who are telling how far and how deep they are going to go into Europe, into Ukraine, but actually us in the West helping Ukrainians to set the tone.
Yeah, and we've heard, of course, today, as Nick Robertson was saying, the president talk about Russian rampage, but like you clearly stated there, Gabrielas, we haven't heard any words on sanctions, on timelines, or ultimatums. We haven't heard anything in the last 48 hours.
It blows my fucking mind that we're still even talking about, like, the sanctions aren't in place. We can't even get our ducks in a row on that. There's enough members of the European Western Alliance to, like, figure out the oil situation. The U.S. could basically be the new oil provider, replacing Russia wholesale 1-to-1 if they wanted to. Anyway, here's the thing about the Chinese military. It's all fucking talk right now. Okay? Let's see what they actually do on the battlefield. All their soldiers, they're like VR soldiers. Haven't touched a fucking bit of combat. So all this, like, Chinese military doctrine, whatever, it's all paper. What is this army actually capable of? What kind of fighting spirit do they actually have? That is one of the good things about America's meddling, is that we do actually test our military capabilities. But when's the last time America's tested its military capabilities against a real military? Vietnam? Desert Storm for like 5 seconds, right? Until that military was completely fucking annihilated. Moving on. This is a complete scatter, folks. We're moving all over. We just, Ukraine situation. I wanted to open up with that one because it's pretty fucking scary. So moving on here. Here's Jesse Waters talking about the lawfare that Donald Trump is committing, going after James Comey, and one of the most egregious, historic, one of the most egregious, flouting of precedent, of law, obvious use of the law as a weapon by the president. We've never been here before. This is dictator stuff. This is Stalin, this is Mao. I don't like this person. Make him go away. This is Xi Jinping, right? Make them go away. Vladimir Putin over here. Oh, that person held a sign, held up a sign, a blank sign with nothing on it. Haul him off. Take him to Siberia. So here's Jesse Waters. God damn, he's proud. He is proud to lick these boots, man. Shameless. But they always exist. They always exist. And he says, I don't care what you call it. Revenge, retribution, accountability. Who cares? I wonder if Jesse Waters cared about Joe Biden, about his, him making. Do you think Jesse Waters made any accusations against Joe Biden using lawfare against his opponents, even though he didn't? He put a fucking conservative in charge who fell asleep, named Merrick Garland, doing the conservatives a favor, right? And I am enjoying it. We got to hear that too, huh? Like we couldn't tell from the shit-eating grin, the shit-smeared fucking grin on your face, your Joker grin. Because these people need to be punished. Comey needs to be punished. Why? For doing his job, investigating a criminal? If someone declares war on you, again, with the war talk, they're begging for civil war. They can't wait. And they are going to be the dog that catches the fucking tail. Maybe more like the dog that catches the bumper. What are you going to do to what are you going to turn the other cheek? You're right. It is an eye for an eye, and I hope we win. That's them's fighting words. That's Civil War talk. Open sedition on the airwaves of the United States. Open sedition. Anti-constitutional, anti-American. Treasonous. Legitimately treasonous. And seditious. He's fomenting a riot. He's fomenting a civil war. What are we supposed to do? Turn the other cheek? I thought we're all Americans. No, we're not. Goes back to their rhetoric decades ago about real Americans, true Americans. Dangerous shit. We have entered into dictatorship. We are in the consolidation phase of this dictatorship. Those who wish to be on the right side, the winning side of history, are picking sides, and they're making it clear. They're saying to their emperor, I will service you. I will service the empire. I think this is great. It's intentional. Yeah, grin. Indeed. So they're starting to test the waters on going after public officials that are in office. There's this one here. This is just a threat. But then there's another one, a school, a headmaster of some sort. I'll get into the story a little later. GOP official calls for Democratic Congresswoman to be executed. This is Pramila Jayapal. Remember, she's supposed to be a squad member. She was also the one leading the charge to vote for the infrastructure bill separate of Build Back Better, telling everybody in the media, anybody who's willing to stick a camera in front of her face, that we're just going to do Build Back Better later anyway. I'm trying to say is that she should be primaried by an actual progressive and she should lose her job. With that said, she certainly should not have to deal with death threats from her opposing party. As the nation talks about the rise of political violence, a Republican official blatantly called for Representative Pramila Jayapal to be hanged. Right? And he's making the argument that she's committing treason. Projection, of course. It's all projection with these fascists. An Arizona state legislator called for the execution of Democratic U.S. Representative Pramila Jayapal for her statements advocating for peaceful protest, which were clipped out of context. Republican State Representative John Gillette, maybe related to the Gillette Empire, best a man can get, maybe. There's a good possibility. John Gillette wrote of Jayapal on Wednesday, quote, "Until people like this," I wonder what he's talking about. People like this, huh? "That advocate for the overthrow of the American government are tried, convicted, and hanged, it will continue," seemingly referring to political violence, right? So this is the play. Intentionally misconstrued nihilism or right-wing violence. Take advantage of Charlie Kirk's assassination, use the shock doctrine to implement a bizarro version of treason, which is so ironic because their version of patriotism is the destruction of America. Their version of treason is defending America and American values. That's how fucked up this whole situation is. That's what they're trying to flip on us here. The entire definition of patriotism. In their eyes, patriotism is allegiance to a single man, a dictator, a single party, really, eventually, because once he passes, it'll shift. and he wants to call treason American values. I'm telling you, like American bread and fucking butter values, he wants to say are fascistic and treasonous. It's always fun when this lobbyist occupy the institutions, make the sabotage, and then claim, see, state does not work. Yeah, I mean, that's been the strategy for decades, and this is the fruit that it bears. They've been working very, very hard for this moment. You know, this is a decades and decades long project that is finally now coming to fruition. And we are seeing they're starting to test the limits. Okay, will people care? Right? I'm telling you, Zoran Mamdani, they're going to arrest his ass before he's mayor. Or just fucking wait until he's mayor and arrest his ass then. But it would be easier to arrest his ass before he's mayor. Okay. My son is getting ready to take a walk here, so we're going to listen to this Sky News report on Epstein and Elon Musk here while we do that. Okay, folks? I'll be right back.
Elon Musk's name has appeared in files relating to Jeffrey Epstein, with reference to him potentially visiting the island that Epstein owned. The files have just been released by Democrats in Washington, and they also show Prince Andrew was listed as a passenger on the pedophile's private plane. Let's bring in our U.S. correspondent, David Blevins. David, what else do we know about this mention of Elon Musk in these files?
Well, the Epstein estate has been gradually handing over documents to an oversight committee on Capitol Hill, and it is the latest batch of those documents that appear to suggest Elon Musk may have been a visitor to Epstein Island on December 6, 2014. An entry in what appears to be Epstein's daily schedule reads, "Reminder, Elon Musk to Island, December 6. Is this still happening?" December 6, 2014, of course, is 6 years after Jeffrey Epstein was listed as a sex offender. We've reached out to Elon Musk for comment. He's not just the world's most wealthy man. He was, of course, a very prominent player in the early days of the Trump administration, leading the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, until the two men had a very public falling out in June, when you may recall Elon Musk alleged online that the administration was concealing the files and that Donald Trump was named in them. He later deleted that post, and after 3 months of estrangement, the two men were pictured together for the first time at the funeral of Charlie Kirk last weekend. The documents also show Prince Andrew listed as a passenger on Epstein's jet in May 2000. It's not the first time we've heard that during the trial of Epstein's girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. One of her accusers, who was 14 at the time, recalled being a passenger on that jet with Andrew. The Duke of York strenuously denies any wrongdoing.
Right. Pope was there too. I need proof. I'm going to need proof on that one.
14 at the time.
So, I mean, that just gives you an idea of the kind of young woman that Ghislaine Maxwell would, fish out of the ether. And then they love bomb them. We'll sweep you away to Venice, Italy. We'll get the jets and the lifestyle. And then 4 months later, it's Ghislaine Maxwell pressuring you. You're on the Lolita Express, 10,000 feet up in the air. Ghislaine Maxwell's like, you got to jerk off this Saudi royal. I'll give you $50,000 if you jerk off this Saudi royal. He really likes you. Oh, Donald Trump really likes you. Do you want to give him a hand job? Oh, yeah, we'll give you money. And then all of a sudden you're doing sex work. There was meetings that was not fucking underage girls too, because reasons. Yeah, I need proof, dog. Give me. We got pictures of this shit happening, right? That's fucking. Look at that. That's fucking Melania, right? Oh, there is Prince Charles. No, that's Randy Andy. I mean, not Prince Charles. Sorry, Randy Andy. Prince Andy. So yeah. We all knew Elon was in there. Come on. We all knew Bannon was in there. Come on. Yeah, apparently there's proof that Elon visited Epstein Island. Of course he did. Of course he did. Of course Elon Musk is a I see. I don't have full proof yet. Okay, you got War Maha over here. Pope was there too, and you're gonna need to give me some proof, dog. I'm listening. You caught my ear. I'm listening. Exactly, John Axel. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm listening. So here, they're just going full force with the James Comey stuff. It was Island that they had a lot of meetings with a lot of people. They did well, yeah. And some people just did financial crimes. Some people just went to Jeffrey Epstein to hide their money and do all that, and they were very grateful for that. But other people went to Jeffrey Epstein when they wanted boutique pedophilic experiences, and they would go to Jeffrey Epstein and do that because he was a sex monster. He was completely addicted to sex. And he had created his own little harem network for himself and for his very close friends who would, drown him in gracious words. He would give them access to his pedo harem that him and Jazane would, they were the pimps. They were the stable masters. There's many kind of places not need to be island. No, War Maha is correct. Jeffrey was not the only pimp doing this. It's unfortunately, happens quite a bit. Human trafficking is a very real problem across the world. So here, they're doubling down on the Comey stuff, right? It's, truly one of the most severe assaults on our freedoms and liberty, blah, blah, blah. It occurred the whole history of the nation, blah, blah. But the worst thing ever, literally the worst thing ever, of course it isn't. It's like literally nothing. I think it was like literally him doing his job. I believe the indictment is a complete joke. Lawyers looked at it like on TV. I saw a segment, and it was just like them laughing. Okay. It's a total fucking joke. It's a complete naked, blind attempt at weaponizing the Justice Department against political enemies. And, but Stephen Miller, Goebbels over here, totally down for it. Goebbels is this guy's way more in charge than we think. This guy's a bit of a Dick Cheney character. He's he's really moving and shaking. I think he's one of the smart fascists that's working pretty hard, keeping Project 2025 agenda moving forward swiftly. And Donald Trump is like, yeah, he's a go-getter. He's working hard for me, for my agenda. So he's very, very dangerous. He's going to get a lot of people killed, probably already has, with ICE. Who knows how many of those disappeared people have been abused, enslaved in some cases. So the assault, the racist, bigoted assault on American freedoms continues. Trump asks Supreme Court to decide whether he can end birthright citizenship. And this was something, he signed this executive order, I think, day one. This was a day one decision. So we're now seeing, okay, is the Supreme Court actually going to make it happen? And of course, once this is done, they're going to start talking about interracial marriage, gay marriage. It's all on the table. It's all on the table. Anything that isn't white, Christian. And then I'm sure once if they ever reach that, there's going to be certain flavors of Christianity and, that they're not going to like. You're not allowed to be a Protestant or something, some fucking crazy thing like that. It'll never end. Welcome back, Seneca. Any power to the people? People are the source of all political power. We just need to realize it. Talking about political power, this is Alex Jones's new, war. I agree with that. And that's why I'm talking about, I need proof. Right? Because with Donald Trump, we have statements from the 14-year-old prostitute who jacked him off about exactly what happened, the entire thing. Apparently, he likes to get jacked off with, someone wearing a white glove. He's a germaphobe. It all fits. It all matches really, really well with who he is. That's why I don't believe the PP tape is real. Because if he was in a room with another woman pissing on a bed, he'd get the fuck out of there. He's grossed out by that. So him asking for his prostitute to look like his daughter and to wear a white glove makes a lot of sense. Talking about sick, disgusting sex fiends. Here's Alex Jones' latest gift. I don't know what he's doing, right? Attempt to look at me, give me attention. My empire's crumbling. I need to make money. I got to sell supplements and advertisements, etc. He's doing this. This is some, he's, you know, I'll show you the video, but this is some kind of, I think he's trying to say, I have a different tweet or something somewhere. I'm sorry. I'm so disorganized today, but I have a tweet. Someone put in the chat here. Let me just pull this out real quick. It's like, he's doing this because the left are fascists and the left have taken over. And I don't know. No, I think, okay, no, I have the relevant clip up. I think I'm thinking of like a San clip maybe I saw yesterday. It's something about this is him, you know, the left are canceling him. He's getting canceled, so he's now now going to be a leftist. So this is what a leftist looks like. It looks like Hitler, right? Of course, right? It barely makes sense. I've said this for a very long time. Alex Jones is mentally ill. I think he needs to be diagnosed. I think he needs to be medicated. I think he's a mentally ill person. I think he's a danger to himself and others, potentially. If he gets desperate enough, I think he's a danger to himself and others. And I think he needs to see a professional. Okay. So let's hear what he has to say here. So he said, I'm officially joining the Democratic Party as of today. In celebration of their wonderful work, I have now adopted a hairstyle that matches their policies. Okay. Right. Welcome back, Smash. Good to see you. Simply Steve, also welcome back. Marijuana enjoyer, Simply Steve. First one to go. We should scoop them up first. Get the potheads out of here first. Let's go. So let's hear what Hitler has to say here.
I went in a grocery store this morning, and it was spectacular.
Welcome back, Woke Patriot. This man is a meme machine. He's literally made of memes. He's just a bunch of memes formed together in the shape of a man.
I went in a grocery store this morning, and it was spectacular. Being a white guy that has German features.
Oh, he's talking about he walked through the grocery store as a celebrity, well-known celebrity. Everyone in Austin probably knows this guy. Wearing a Hitler mustache. Okay.
Guy that has German features, classical German features, and with a Hitler mustache, and it was very interesting.
Yeah.
I could tell you it had a wild effect on women. I thought they were about to start throwing their panties at me. And they didn't know why. They were looking at me, because most modern women, even young ones, don't really even know even what Hitler is, but they in the back of their head, they know what it is. So they got a guy with, kind of Lex Luthor meets Adolf Hitler looks with blue eyes, and they just didn't know what to do. They're like melting.
Ozempic Hitler over here. Alex, I encourage you to see a doctor before you hurt yourself or others in some kind of massive display of adolescent rage. I don't even know how to describe it. I think you're a very unwell man. I think you're very unwell. And I think you need to see a professional. Welcome back, Gaius. Moving on here. Hey, how about this? This is actually interesting. I was not expecting this. But when shit gets real and the numbers start coming in, guess who changes their mind? We should get worried if Alex suddenly announces marrying an 18-year-old blonde and moving into his bunker. That would be good news, because then there might be a possibility he stops talking. I'd take that. I'm going into my bunker with my 18-year-old runaway. She says she's a big fan. We're going into my bunker. We're going to make a lot of babies. Going to hide from Antifa. That's great. I don't get internet down there. I'm completely disconnected. Yeah, I know, but that would be the problem, right? Woke Patriot. Okay, broadcasting from my underground harem. Turns out there were a couple more runaways that wanted to come along. They're all 18 years old. I hate this. I really do. This is really bad. This is really disgusting, folks. You don't want to be down here. I hate this so much. That's why we got to go after the Democrats that went to on Epstein Island. We got to go after them. No, not right now, honey. I'm broadcasting. I want to leave. I don't get cell phone service down here. Let us go. No, honey, we're staying here. Antifa's up there. We got to stay down here. I don't want to be down here anymore. There's no doctors, and I'm pregnant. I'm sorry, but we got to stay here. I'll birth the child. It's okay. I'll eat the placenta. I'll show it. I'll do it on camera. I'll do it. I'll show everybody. How far can I take this? Can I take this? I can keep going, folks. You want me to keep going? No, please stop. We're eating placenta. Please stop. The frogs are gay. I'm going to go into my bunker and I'm going to do an experiment on gay frogs. I'm taking a bunch of frogs down there and we're going to have a bunch of weird frog sex. I'm going to prove to you that the frogs are gay. Okay, this is what the liberals do to you. Okay, bye. We got to sacrifice a couple hundred frogs to get this man to go away. I'll make that sacrifice. But anyway, back to the story here, folks. Jimmy Kimmel won, I guess. I don't know. I hate this. I love how Stephen Colbert, I'm defeated by the right wing that I've made fun of my whole career. I'm completely spineless. Bye. Woof. It's Jimmy Kimmel who stands up and fights back and wins. Yeah, Clutch Cargo. I mean, he's a very complicated man because it's very much a performance, and he very much knows that. That's why I'm saying he's mentally ill, and it's all like it's so real, He's over here. He's like directing the zeitgeist. He's got hundreds of thousands of people ready to commit treason for him. Like the whole situation is just way too real, and the man's mentally ill. I'm worried him like under a lot of pressure doing something fucking crazy, dude. Like legitimate mass shooting level crazy. I'm worried about that shit. But only after he loses his fortune. He would never do something like that while he's rich. It would only be after he loses all his money would he be actually willing to do something that drastic and crazy. But I do worry about that. I was about to do a whole skit with him, Alex Jones, doing a mass shooting, and it's like, no, probably not. Probably shouldn't. Anyway, Jimmy Kimmel won over here. Sinclair ends Jimmy Kimmel Live boycott, says its ABC stations will resume airing show immediately. That's a dub. There you go, Jimmy. All right. Jimmy Kibble over here, folks. The Kibblenator. So apparently he had the second best ratings that he's ever had. I didn't watch it. I'm not going to watch this man. Okay, I'm not. I've seen the clips. YouTube, like, hey, you want some Jimmy Kimmel? No, I actually don't. Thank you. No, I keep saying go away, and here the Kimmelnator comes back. You even see my interview with Lady Gaga? Not particularly. Thank you so much. Anyway. I guess the money, money over, like, I don't understand this because, like, I thought, these guys are billionaires. That Sinclair owns this, they're multi-billionaires. So this might have been pressure from a bunch of other content creators. Maybe this is pressure from Disney. I'd be curious to hear what the politics are because I think the politics, the drama, the internal drama would be interesting because I bet there were people inside Sinclair that were like, hell no. We can't give, Jimmy Kimmel anything. Cancel him, you know, double down on this demand that Jimmy Kimmel pays TPUSA as an apology to get back, you know, like double down on this, like do what Trump would do. But yeah, pressure from investors. It had to have been something with money, had to have been something with, okay, we're going to pull out, we're going to end this contract if you don't do this. Because that's the only thing that would make these assholes move. So Jimmy Kimmel didn't have anything to do with that. This would be the billionaires that own Jimmy Kimmel, you know, handling all this. Like, he's just literally a pawn. Motherfucker crying on TV. Not what we need right now. Not what we, you know, not the face of New America Progressive Liberty, okay? This is the face of a company man, you know, caught up in oligarchs' politics. You know? That's what fucking Jimmy Kimmel is. We're not afraid to fucking get in your way and bother you while you're trying to read our content. We're not afraid. Free speech is under attack. Well, they're right about this, but HuffPost, you know? Ariana Huffington, you know what I mean? Wait, aren't you a bazillionaire, Ariana Huffington? Why don't you fucking, you know, cut a check for your fucking, you know, newspaper, huh? How much is Ariana Huffington worth? Someone Google that shit. I'm not doing that. Fuck that shit. Huh? We need money. We need money. How about you ask the person who the fucking thing's named after? Isn't she a billionaire? Maybe just a multimillionaire. I don't know. Where's Kimmel been on the Gaza war? Now that would get you fired. I mean, I think he's like, you know, he nudges at these things. I think he is, you know, not progressive, but I think, you know, he's like Barack Obama neoliberal, right? Two-state solution. I'm not sure if he's called it legitimately a genocide or not, but I kind of get the vibe that he might have the nutsack to actually do that. But I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't watch the man. So anyways, I mean, this is, talk about underreported. Quietly under the radar, Donald Trump successfully subverts separation of three branches of government, like a fundamental part of our constitutional government here, completely flouted. Ariana Huffington worth $100 million fucking dollars. How about you cut a check? Right? Does Ariana Huffington on her fucking website, you know, like ignore these, like beg, you know? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll give him $10 tomorrow to my newspaper, to the thing that has my name on it. I mean, we got to pay for journalism. It costs money, but I don't, you know, I think it needs to be publicly funded, right? It, like, literally money going into a rainbow, a spectrum of political speech within limits. Okay, I don't want the U.S. government paying fascists for their fucking rhetoric, right? And same thing, I don't want extreme, you know, tanky, you know, ANCAP, or not ANCAP, but, you know, anarchist, sorry. You know what I mean? Libertarian, extreme, you know, seditious nonsense either. But we also, like, that shouldn't be banned. I don't know if people should be funding it, though. But the FCC, the regulatory bodies should allow that content to exist. But I don't know if the government should be paying for it. Right? Free speech and all that. So you want a Twitter bit but no bots? No, I mean, like, because right now it would be impossible to get my show on cable TV, right? And there used to be like this golden era of something called access, you know, broadcast access cable. And it was like the FCC said, you have to have a certain amount of hours available to any kook or crank that wants to, you know, sit in front of a camera and say the wildest shit you've ever heard in your life, right? Or, you know, just regular folks having regular political discussions, right? So that, like, there needs to be, like, I'm not saying the government needs to pay for every certain types of speech, extreme left, extreme right, but there does need to be a certain amount of resources available for open discussion of all those different types of things, because people do ultimately have a choice to change their government. That's true liberty. If Americans want communism, they should be able to get it. They should be able to vote their way to it if that's what they want. So I don't believe that that's the case for fascism, though, because there's always that, well, what about fascism? If fascism is not the other end of fucking communism. You know, fascism's more of like an ideology, you know, that it is like a fucking political framework. Anyway, we're way in the weeds here. So very quietly, Donald Trump can now. So why is this such a big deal? So the American people, they vote for their representatives in Congress and the Senate. Those representatives are then compelled by their constituents to support certain bills that support certain things, fund elderly care, fund child care, early child care development programs, support infrastructure bills to build this bridge and build this road, right? I have voted you in office to compel for you to, you know, go through that whole process to sequester the money and spend it on this, that, and the other thing. So they do that whole thing. Representatives of the people vote for a bill to spend money on X, Y, and Z. It used to be that the president couldn't just come in and say, nah, fuck that shit. Yo, we're going to do whatever the fuck we want with this money. Fuck your bill. And the reason why is that he used to not be a dictator. Okay? But now that he's a dictator, the will of the people through their representatives can be completely ignored. How did Asada die? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Smash. You're going to have to give me a link there. I'm sure I'll recognize it. Funny acronym. So this is terrible news. It just, you know, like I said, like we're past the, is it going to be a dictator? You know, we're entering into dictatorship. This is dictatorship. This is consolidation. Supreme Court lets Trump freeze $4.9 billion in foreign aid funds. So like I said, this is the will of the people being completely flouted. The people want you to spend $4.9 billion, right? Because that's how it works. The representative supports bills. And if the representative supports enough bills that the people don't like, they vote for different people. The lady in Cuba, part of the Black Panthers. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm totally lost on that one, Smash. I'm actually not up on that one. You're going to have to send me some links or something. I'm sorry. Asada Shakur, a person. Asada Shakur, not related to the GOAT. Really? No way. Nearly $5 billion in life-saving foreign aid will remain frozen for now, even though Congress already approved it for spending. And remember, this is the will of the people. Congress approving something for spending is the will of the people. According to an order the Supreme Court issued Friday, she died of natural causes. Really? That's like Tupac's mother? Yeah, Tupac's mother. I thought I recognized that name. Oh my God. No, I have not followed up on that. I think I have vaguely heard that she was in the headlines. I haven't been following that at all, Smash. Sorry about that. Dear Mama. God, that song, huh? Brings tears to my eyes every time I hear that song. The decision was split 6-3, with only Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Ketanji Brown, I can never say her name correctly. I'm such a racist. Ketanji Brown Jackson and Elena Kagan dissenting. The order was unsigned, but notes the case was submitted to Chief Justice John Roberts, and by him referred to the court. Right. She was a warrior. Yeah, I mean, she was a political activist, if I recall correctly. Godmother, technically. Oh, Socializing Sapien. Welcome back. Learning a lot about Tupac today. This not only gets people dead in South Global, it makes U.S. soft power weak. Russia and China will trade there now. 100% Grin. Yeah. She also died in Cuba. Ironically, I now trust them more to give the honest answer. Yeah, I mean, well, it's not like I trust the Cuban government either. You know, it's a fucking dictatorship. Ketanji. So, okay, thank you. Ketanji Brown. Get her name right. Right? Get her name right. Ketanji Brown Jackson. Okay. Got to get her fucking name right. She, you know, it's these three standing up for our Constitution. All right. I wouldn't be surprised if they're behind bars by the end of this Trump madness. The roughly $5 billion was just a sliver of the $30 billion in foreign aid assistance that Congress has approved for spending over the next few years. Quote, at this early stage, the order briefly notes the Trump administration has sufficiently shown that it could not be forced to relinquish its grip over the funds. Why? Well, according to the terse decision, the asserted harms of the executive's conduct of foreign affairs appear to outweigh the potential harm faced by respondents. What the fuck does that shit even mean? The fuck does that shit even mean? In other words, the president's power matters more for now. God, I fucking hate the Supreme Court, man. Man. Fuck Ruth Bader Ginsburg, by the way. Just thought I'd throw that in there. No money for poor people needing foreign aid, but endless bailout money for his buddy Milei. Yeah, exactly. And this is us. This is against us. We wanted this. We voted for the people who made this happen to make us happy. They said, yeah, we're helping these folks. Donald Trump says, no, I'm going to tariff you. Let's keep it moving here. I saw this and I was like, whoa, this is the future. Folks, maybe you haven't played video games. You don't know what a Deus Ex is. But for the gamers out there that's played a couple, maybe played Cyberpunk, right? The new Cyberpunk game. I actually haven't played that yet. I should get on that. I hear it's really good. But I'm a Deus Ex guy, right? Played the new ones. Beautiful games. Look at this shit, dude. This is right out of the video game, right? So this is an advertisement for Friend, lowercase. It's an AI, friend.com. It's a fucking AI that you're supposed to interact and talk to. Someone who listens, responds, and supports you. Yeah, CP2020. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. Looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. But this is sad, right? So, but it's the tagging. Look at that. Surveillance capitalism. Get real friends. This is a texture you would see, you know, you're in the video game subway, you know, and it's one of many things that you see, right? It's like kind of blatant in your face, right? End the government. Stop the system, right? AI is not your friend. Oh, no, that's a real one. Shit. Yeah, man, it's just like real. This is real life. Advertise, you know, you don't need human friends. We you know, I showed you the advertisement a couple months ago that I saw myself in San Francisco last year. You know, replace your human workforce with AI. Obey verb. Scary stuff. Scary fucking stuff. This is the world we live in. If we want to, only we can stop this with regulation, with common sense, by bringing science back into government. Can you imagine having someone in government who understands what AI is, but isn't directly connected to an AI company, right? Someone who's actually outside of the money-making machine and who's actually able to say, yeah, this is dangerous, this is not as dangerous, I've assessed the science here. Oh, goddamn. Like I said, cascading failures. I don't know what the tipping point is going to be. I'm predicting the bond market is going to be the tipping point, but it's going to be one thing, then another thing, then another thing. This whole AI thing is holding the whole fucking a cart of bananas up, man. It's a ticking time bomb. Let's talk about Kneecap. Yo, if you don't know who Kneecap are, there's some real motherfuckers out there from Ireland. And of course, they want free Ireland, right? They want to relinquish Ireland from British rule. You know, they believe in unifying. And that's becoming a more and more popular point of view. I think I agree with it. Sounds pretty reasonable to me. But I do think, you know, there's some folks there that are going to have to, they're just going to have to come to terms with it, you know, like it's just not going to be easy for them. Cause you know, there's folks that live in Northern Ireland, I believe, right? That's the British controlled part of it. they're just, those folks are incredibly used to living basically under the yoke of the British Empire. And they're just, it's gonna be a transition period for them. And I hope, there needs to be a period of like healing. Like whenever this happens, whenever the separation happens, there needs to be a point of like healing and understanding for these folks, because it's going to be very confusing for them. How's life in Nazi Germany? Yeah, you say that every time, and it's like, yeah, no, it has not improved. Would you believe having the dangerous fascist dictator in charge, it does not improve? I wonder how long it takes until you get AI friends you can play games with. Now I have a business idea. Gonna make a huge company. John Axel, please hire me in your company, please. I will do anything. I will sweep your floors. Please give me a job. Anyway, back to Kneecap. Kneecap's Mo Charara. I admit I don't listen to their music. You know me. I'm an underground rap guy. Beats British state in court. So they're getting shit for free speech, getting shit for supporting Palestine action. They have big nutsacks. They get up on stage. They say free Palestine, right? They don't go quite as far as Bob Villain with death to the IDF. Quote, quote, quote. That's a quote. I am quoting. But they basically go just as hard, where it's like, this is unacceptable. It's a genocide. You're not going to shut us up. We're going to talk about it. And then they play some music to get completely fucking drunk to or something. I think that's their music, rowdy Irish music or something. Is it rap? I think it might be rap too. Rock rap, might be rock rap. I don't know.
Against Kneecap's Liam O'Hanna, also known as Mo Cara.
I don't think I have any news about Lisa Cook. If you have something, Nova Writer, I would love to talk about it. I don't have anything queued up though, I believe. There are already games where you play with AI. It's not very, okay. No, but I know what he's talking about, because that's the first thing I thought of with AI in video games. It's like, oh, wow, imagine Oblivion with an LMM or LLM, right? Where it's like, it's still sticking to a framework within the universe, but it's coming up with novel things. But it wouldn't just be a speech thing, because you would also need a mission generator that would have to be powerful enough to be, but it is all like theoretically possible in the next 10 years to see a Skyrim-like game using AI in a very innovative and interesting way, right? But I mean, look what they're doing to Marathon. You know what I mean? These are people completely devoid of ideas. They're completely devoid of any of interesting ideas. You know what I mean? So, they have a tool like AI. What do they want it to do? I just want to push the game button. I want to push the game button and make a new Call of Duty every year. And just push the button, and then it does it automatically with no humans, and I can put all the money in my pocket. Like, they don't want to make anything interesting with AI, Oh, really? Strategy? That's interesting.
Been thrown out of court today due to a technicality. The rapper had been charged for allegedly displaying a Hezbollah flag at a London gig last November. Yeah. His defense team argued that the Attorney General had
I mean, that's the kind of shit I disagree with, right? Because, edgy teen... Hezbollah, we're supporting Hezbollah. Look, I understand why you might do that, right? Oh, they're resisting the great Satan. They're resisting Western. But what they're really doing is creating a lot of problems, being useful idiots geopolitically. And they're not using strategies and tactics that allow that could be seen as proper resistance, effective resistance. To Western dominance, to Israeli dominance. Hezbollah, bunch of fucking troublemakers, who want a theocratic Arab, Muslim, style government across the world, et cetera, all that crazy megalomaniacal bullshit that you see from these kind of extremists. The global caliphate and whatever the fuck, all that stupid shit. Right? You got their back, Hezbollah's back. No, we need a new kind of politics. We need a new kind of resistance. Decades and decades of Hezbollah doing whatever the fuck they're up to has proven that, they don't know what they're doing. Ineffective, useful idiots. Bibi Netanyahu utilizes these terror groups like pawns on a chessboard. And they do exactly as they're told, almost to a T. You know, what is Hamas other than the perfect fucking boogeyman pulled right out of a storybook, right? And it's the same thing with Hezbollah, with your little fucking seeding, giving some, resistance groups weapons and here and there, whatever, right? Like their efforts would be better feeding the poor. I mean, just anything. I don't know, anything other than, making bottle rockets and trying to instill fear. And, it's like, it's not working. It's not working. All you're doing is being useful idiots for a, geopolitical propaganda machine that chews you up and spits you out. And you're showing no savvy, no ability to manipulate it. You got chumps like Donald Trump dancing all over you. Right. So like, yeah, I got Hezbollah's back. It's ignorance to me. It's ignorance.
Given permission for the case to be brought against Ohana at an early enough stage in the process. And the judge agreed with them. Ohana spoke to hundreds of supporters outside the court.
This entire process was never about me. Never about any threat to the public. Never about terrorism. A word used by your government to discredit people you oppress. It was always about Gaza. About what happens if you dare to speak up. As people from Ireland, we know oppression, colonialism, famine and genocide. We have suffered and still suffer under your empire. Your attempts to silence us have failed because we're right and you're wrong. We will not be silent. We say
this is the right attitude, right? So I don't agree with them on everything, right? But this is the right attitude.
We would fight you in your court and we would win. Today we have. If anyone on this planet is guilty of terrorism, it's the British state. Free Palestine, check it out.
So this final story also involves Tony Blair because Mo Farah was being charged under the Terrorism Act, which he passed into law in 2000. Aaron Bastani, how is that legacy looking?
Pretty awful, right? And it goes back to that first story about ID cards. Even if you agree with this or that policy, and we don't agree with the ID cards thing, even if you do agree with it, I think it just shows giving the state that much power without any kind of opportunity to take that power back is pretty dangerous. And the Terrorism Act, you look at the Hansard debates when it was introduced in 2000, and people said, oh, this will be fine. People won't overstep the mark. That's exactly what's happened. Michael, by the way, just a quick step back. We've done 4 stories tonight. They're all connected to Tony Blair. This is wild. It's not 1997. It's 2025.
Yeah, no, it is so weird that like he's back. He's fucking back like a cancer, Tony Blair, dude. And it's not good news at all. It's not. He's going to be the fucking Grim Reaper of Gaza.
Are we going to be here in 2045 still talking about Tony Blair? This dude is never ending. It's quite remarkable. But the key point in this story is if you give that kind of power to the state, it's very hard to take it back. It works as well with taxes, right? Once the government starts to collect a certain kind of tax, once you introduce...
thank you for the correction, Promethean. But I mean, hopefully you get my point. That their strategies of resistance have been epic failures. And if anything, you could say that incredibly savvy and craven individuals like Bibi Netanyahu have taken full advantage of their dedication and their version of principles and morality and use them against them and the entire Arab world. Whether you believe in their version of the fucking Quran or not or whatever, right? It doesn't matter. They're, I'm so sick and tired of these people, representing, they're so easily weaponized. It's just, and then you got the corruption of the Palestinian Authority. You got Saudi Arabia, doing business with Israel. You got Egypt sitting on their hands. You got the Somalis are the only ones standing up, for Palestinians. It's just a fucking mess.
Even if it's 1 penny on the pound. Once you introduce VAT, once you introduce, inheritance tax, very, very hard to turn back the clock.
Yeah.
Things only travel in one direction generally. So you need to be very thoughtful when you put new laws in the statute book. That's something I really believe in. And it's an instinct actually that used to be kind of like a center-right instinct, right? Be cautious about new laws that you create But now they're like, no, we want to create infinity new laws as well. Prescribe everybody, make everything illegal.
Yeah.
So maybe it's time the left clawed that back, Michael. I think it's good to have fewer laws, but better laws.
Grin, I mean, it's not that I don't care. It's just that I still have a lot to learn about those regions. It's just, from my privileged perspective over here, I can't help but every time they resist in the way that they resist, it's a propaganda win for Bibi. And pointing out that that's unfair doesn't change that. It just pointing out that it's just we need better resistance than that. And I think the direction, I've talked about this before, I think the direction that these groups need to go in is in the direction of Gandhi, and what he was able to do and how he was able to resist using extreme peace, using extreme pacifism to resist. This model of like Hamas living in relative luxury in Qatari hotels while they send the remnants of their shock troopers to do ambushes on the IDF that turn into propaganda wins for the IDF. It clearly doesn't work. But how can I tell anybody how to resist, right? It's like I'm not under oppression. I'm sure I would feel differently if I was a Palestinian, raised in this environment. Moving on, like I said, we're pretty scattered today, folks, so just get used to this. We're going to just jump from different subject to subject. Maybe get back me home country, Scotland, from Britain. Maybe we can do a revolution like what happened in France, 1789. I mean, it might not be necessary, right? I mean, the whole thing is deflating. The whole neoliberal fucking project is deflating right in front of our eyes. You might just get Brexited out of the whole fucking thing. We can't afford to maintain the empire anymore. Just get rid of them. Here you go. You're on your own. I know one thing though. Keir Starmer is an epic disappointment. But he is right about Ukraine, thankfully. But that's about the only thing I've seen positive coming from him. I've ever met, and even she says you can't back people into a corner and expect them to lie down. Exactly, Promethean. No, it's like resistance against this obvious oppression funded by the West is totally legitimate. I just feel like we should also observe, the propaganda effects, who's taking advantage, who's winning that propaganda war, how important is that propaganda war, Radical situations require radical change. And it does feel like Muslim religious groups, whatever you want to call them, resistance groups, they feel a bit stuck in a rut. Like they're just trying the same shit over and over and over again. And I think now is the time to try something radically different. And if I were in charge, the radically different thing that I would change is I would go, like I said, in the direction of Gandhi. And I would encourage people to resist peacefully, even if they start being violent against us, right? I'm not saying, you have to stand there and take a bullet. But something's got to change. The bottle rockets aren't doing it. The death threats and the heads getting cut off and those little videos that they do, the little propaganda videos, the slick ones, right? That are pretty slick with the freeze frames. It's like pretty cool editing. It's not working. It's not working. In fact, from my perspective, from what I can see, the IDF successfully turns that material into successful propaganda for them. And it's like, well, that's not fair. That's not out of context. That's not fair. And it's like, well, that doesn't matter, does it? Because they're winning. Anyway, so those are my thoughts right there. We'll probably come back to Gaza. So don't worry. We'll get more of that nightmare. Check this out, though. So here we have Jordan Sheridan, one of the realists, right? Disagree with him on his support for Luigi over here.
I'm a Luigi.
But, you know, big props to him for showing that video of that cool-ass liberal New Yorker who's like, what, we agree with murder now? We're cool with stone cold murder? What? This is okay? And because that's exactly what I was saying. Like, whoa, bro. Like, what, we're like cheering this on? The guy fucking blasted the dude stone cold. And it's like, I wanted that guy to go to jail. Yeah, I believe in justice. That's not justice. That's an assassination. Like, oh, well, we got no choice. We got no choice. Oh, he had it coming. He had it coming. Man, it's like, well, we got to go all the way back. Have you seen Hamilton? Have you seen the fucking amazing, who is it? Paul, what's his nuts? And fucking John Adams? Paul, what's his nuts? Yeah, Paul Giamatti, right? Anyone seen this shit? Like, this should be mandatory viewing. You know what I mean? Like, fuck ICE. Like, every single American needs to go to the fucking thing. You get a free ticket. It's like the COVID vaccine, right? Like, no, you're getting this shit. Every American in the goddamn country, every single one of them needs to drive their fucking F-150 monster truck to the fucking theater, sit down with their fellow Americans, and watch this genius production of John Adams to understand what the fuck being American is all about. This isn't no fucking joke. I swear to God, every American needs more John Adams in them. This man knew what he was talking about. I own a giant sedan, thank you very much. You get to own an F-150 if the bed of your truck is dinged up and obviously used. If the bed of that truck is spotless, you need to sell that F-150. That's a new law. That's right. Sieg Heil. I'm passing all the new edicts. I'm downloading that now. Haven't heard of it yet. You'll love it. You'll fucking love it. It will inspire you to be a better American. Telling you, man, it's right from the gut, John Adams. God, some of the scenes in that production give me chills, dude. Give me fucking chills. Anyway, I won't get into it. I could literally hours. I could talk for that, but no, I'm just saying, watch it. So good. But anyway, here's something that would make John Adams puke in his fucking mouth. John Adams, he'd start hitting people. He'd start hitting people and demanding people get hung. Seeing this. This is why he left. This is why he left the fucking empire. ICE. So here's Jordan Sheridan, real one, status quo, on the front lines. Where's CNN? Where's MSNBC? Huh? ABC, CBS, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? They don't even want the footage. They don't even want the footage. Wait till you see this. These little punk-ass bastards with their fucking little paintball guns. You've all seen them, right? Let me show you what that does to the human body. One of these guys takes his shirt off after getting blasted on the back. Bop, 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 right? They're in hog heaven, these little fucking bastards. Let me show you what that actually does to you. So there they are, up on a roof. Up on a roof, Las Vegas style, Las Vegas fucking style. It's this guy right here. You see the back of his shirt's all messed up. These are called stinger balls. And you can go blind. If they get you in the eye, you can go blind.
I would have taken the shirt off. All right. Who's got a new shirt?
Right. So the powder is also an irritant, right? So other people that's why he needs to take the shirt off, because he's covered in this powder that'll hurt people's eyes and nose.
Holy fuck. Holy shit.
There you go. That's what it does to the human body right there. And they're just in hog heaven up on the roof. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, this is great. Great. I get my $60,000 bonus. Bop, 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 bop. Who cares? What's the Constitution? Bop, 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 bop. Isn't that a bathroom break? Bop, 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 bop. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. They shoot that. I've seen them shoot these balls at 60, 70-year-old people. Okay? We got crowds with kids in them. We're just in hog heaven. Hog heaven. They got the January 6th bear mace there. What, they just bring that from home? Well, strategy if you plan on getting arrested, right? Like people have to, not every person that attends a protest has to bring spare clothes. Okay, remember what I've told you in the past, right? You have to gauge what you're protecting. You know, if you're a single person, if you're a young person, you don't have a family yet, you know, you don't have that much to lose, well, then you might want to consider getting arrested. That's what I did when I was in my 20s. Yeah, okay. Still, fast and friendly, still. How much do you make, fast and friendly, before I ban you? How much do you make a year? Ballpark. I don't need exact numbers. They get the gas out. They get the fucking pepper spray. Look at this production. Just get out of there, lady. Just get out of there. Just trying to wave it away.
All right, guys, we're out here on the ground in Broadview, Illinois, just right outside Chicago, where ICE is firing and tear gassing people.
Once again, where's ABC, CBS, MSNBC, CNN, huh? We got fucking Fallujah on our front steps over here. Not really, I'm exaggerating, right? But where the fuck you at, Anderson Cooper? Huh? I love the bumper reel of Anderson Cooper being all heroic, right? There's that one scene of him like picking up a kid and running. Where the fuck you at, man? Where the fuck you at? None of them are out there. And there's a fucking reason. There is a good goddamn reason. We saw it during Occupy. We saw it during George Floyd. Leaving out information is a big part of how they lie to you. Lying by omission is a big part of how mainstream media lies, right? They just don't report on shit. The assumption that you're getting the full context and full story is part of the lie that mainstream media perpetuates. Anytime they're pushed, like, I love it when Tapper Jake is pushed back on it, on his journalistic integrity. Clutching the pearls immediately. Oh, we're actually doing a really great job, and we're actually America's #1 journalist. Blah, 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 blah. Simply Steve out there on the front lines. Thank you very much for your sacrifice.
Indiscriminately. John's been hit with tear gas. He's keeping his camera rolling so y'all can see how the situation is looking.
Badass motherfuckers out there. That could be you. That could be you. Are you a badass motherfucker? All right. Look at that shit. Look at just automatic. Bap, 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 bap. Look at this. You're not even getting anywhere close. What are you doing? What are you doing over here? What are you shooting the fucking Hulk? Goddamn Avengers show up. 7 foot, 8 foot in the air. You just randomly shooting shit. What's next? You get the little Gatling gun shooting pepper balls. You know it's coming. You know it's coming. Sitting on his fat ass, sweeping left and right, drinking a fucking beverage of some sort. That is great. What's the Constitution?
Yeah, check it out. Like right over there. Other side.
Cute. So the only motherfuckers breaking windows out here, not ICE, not Antifa. I'm sorry, not Antifa, not anti-ICE. That's what we're calling ourselves now? Why not? Fuck it, why not?
You want to see what real independent journalism funded by the people for the people looks like?
You ever heard a story like
Keep us on the...
So, folks, make sure you're supporting Status Quo if you can help them out. If you like that independent journalism, at the very least, give them a like and subscribe. like I said, I don't agree fully with Jordan Sheridan, but that's how it is. Welcome to leftism. I fully support what he's doing, and I fully support the kind of journalism that he's doing. I mean, there's like 5 dudes out there doing this kind of stuff. Okay, so we need a couple thousand more Jordan Sheridans out there. I love what he's doing.
The ground, covering the important stories the corporate media covers up.
Help him out.
For what? No one is what? Oh my God.
Tough guys. Tough guys. Cool. How many conversations about, man, I wish we could just open fire on them. If we just shot one of them, they would leave us alone forever, right? Laugh along with me, right? If we could just shoot him. If we could just shoot one of them and make one of them into an example, they'd all stop doing this. They honestly have no idea. Like, the right wing has no fucking idea how many liberty-loving Americans they're going to have to neutralize, either kill or pacify in some other way, to achieve their ultimate goal. I'm talking tens of millions of Americans, at the least, tens of millions of Americans, all stripes, all colors and creeds, political, leanings, they're going to have to neutralize to cement this, to make this permanent. Like I said, the midterms are really going to be a big wake-up call, and I think that's why they're working so hard before the midterms, because they really, really need to steal it and steal it convincingly. If they steal it unconvincingly, they got a lot of problems. If they can somehow steal the midterms convincingly, and then keep this fascist train rolling, they might be able to just, complete this project.
Get the fuck off the property. Quit your job.
Get the fuck off the property.
Get the fuck out of
Look at this. He's shooting through the fucking fence like it's a video game, but he's actually hitting the fucking fence because it's not a video game, and it's blowing up fucking tear gas dust directly into him and his fellow fash soldier. Real geniuses over. He doesn't even take the time to stick the barrel through the fucking fence. Just starts blasting.
What you're doing is wrong. This is your community. These are your neighbors.
Right. And this person's a real hero. Let me tell you something. Oh, they're so annoying, so woke. This person's a fucking hero. Okay? Full, unmasked, antagonizing the feds, antagonizing Donald Trump's shock troopers. Person's an American hero.
By the people. I believe that we will win. Look at your neighbors.
Every one of these people are heroes. Every single one of them. You see a lot of young people here, too. We need to double. We need to triple these numbers.
There's only one right thing to do, and you're not doing it. This is your community. These are your people. Quit your job. Quit your job. Quit your job. Quit your job. Quit your job.
Where's CNN? This is not fit to report, CNN? Rachel, you can't squeeze this into your 45-minute diatribe on how bad Trump is, Rachel? I know you're a rogue scholar and you're low on time lately, spending your millions in your fucking mansion. Could you maybe squeeze in 5 seconds of this footage? Nah, we don't have time for that. We got to talk about, I don't know. Trump gives me the ick. Trump gives me the icky wickies. I love the umbrella being used as a makeshift shield. That fucking rocks.
Get out of here.
This is a Democratic Socialist channel that does not recommend using violence for resistance. With that said, I do believe leftists deserve to own weapons, but I think leftists should save the language about violent resistance for until we get the death camps and concentration camps. Once we've hit that level, I think then we can bust out that rhetoric. Until then, I think we need to keep it cool Keep it focused on nonviolence. All right, but when they're like kidnapping hundreds of us and dumping us into death camps and stuff, I think we could. It's probably okay to talk about violent resistance at that point, right? Probably okay with that one. Does he have a ghost mask? Is what one of the ICE cops do?
Johnson Road, 1990.
So he's given us his name and date of birth, maybe? I don't know.
My dad was in World War II. I don't know why we have to be doing this again, but it's the same thing.
Tribunals,
and
yeah.
Trump is following, and the MAGA.
We need to rebuild and reinstate the Justice, Department. We need to like rebuild America. We got to like, and like we just need to look at the founding fathers and what they did, and obviously we don't want to repeat the same mistakes, with the inherent racism and whatnot, et cetera. But like I don't know, tribunals. We just need the law. We need the justice. There's laws. We used to have a rule book. We used to have a precedent, and it's not like we just all forgotten that. We just need to put that back in place. Obviously, if we're going to take this opportunity to fix some of its major systemic problems, if we're that's kind of the benefit of tearing something down completely. When you rebuild it, you can rebuild it better. But I'm not hearing that from Gavin Newsom. I'm not even hearing that shit from Zoran. I'm not hearing that shit from Bernie. We got to resist. We got to resist. Yeah, what the fuck? I mean, what are we going to do? Who's even keeping track of all the damage? How come the Democratic DNC establishment isn't spending hundreds, like at least, like $1 million a year on some guy who's like keeping a list? Okay, Monday, September 26th, Donald Trump did this, and this, and this, and this. But like, I know tribunals, like, what are we talking about here? Like a Mad Max situation when we got to, God, we used to have a justice system, like just recently, like a couple minutes ago.
People and Stephen Miller, they're following the same pattern as what was followed in Germany.
Yeah,
so tell me,
like we need one. We need that.
What's going on out here? Why are you out here?
So I'm out here because there's a deportation center, actually, that's illegal in Chicago, and they're basically keeping people without the right to do so. They're not letting them get their medication. They're basically just violating a lot of human rights. So we're out here with the community demanding that they protect these people, these vulnerable communities.
Oh, well, not all of them, Grin. Some of them are back in jail for murder or stone cold pedophilia. But, other than those criminals, yeah, most of the Jan 6ers are running free. After assaulting police, man. I mean, we have leftists that are in jail, I think, still, because they held up their hand when the cop was beating them, and the court said that action in self-defense, that autonomous human reaction when you're about to get beaten by a billy club, was him attempting assault on the officer. That's how they treat the left.
We're out here because everyone deserves due process, and everything that's happening right now, especially in Alcatraz, we don't know where those people are. The people are showing up to remind everyone that we all are humans, we deserve dignity, we deserve respect, and we're not going to stand back. So we're out here, we're going to keep showing up.
How do you feel about how they're reacting, shooting people and tear gassing?
It's honestly just it's sad because I have literally no weapons on me. I have a poster. I am just, this is my freedom of speech, okay? And I'm out here and they're shooting at us, they're tear gassing us, and it sucks. It sucks that all I'm doing is trying to protect a community, and this is how they react. Like, why? I just don't get why they're so scared. I don't get why they have to cover their face. Like, if you have nothing to hide, show your face. You serve the public, you serve the Constitution of the United States, then you should show your face. Why not? What are you so scared of? What are you hiding? That's what I want to know. So I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off that they're treating us this way and treating everyone in those detention centers that way as well.
Absolutely. And what do you think about Trump making anti-ICE or anti-Antifa, anti-fascist protesters label them terrorists? Does this make it difficult to come out and protest?
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I think that that's his tactic. He wants to instill fear. He wants to instill fear.
and he wants to terrorize the communities, and I'm going to keep showing up.
She's not a threat. She's not a threat. You guys are the threats.
Oh yeah, John Axley, you didn't know about that? Yeah, you could hire real women to pretend that, oh wow, you killed the goblin. Wow. That's existed for a little while. The girlfriend experience. Look, loneliness is a real thing. And, you know, I don't want to take away tools from lonely men. But I feel like if you're buying those services, the government should offer free of charge, I don't know, like classes on how to get laid. I don't know, something. We got to do something about this, okay? We need babies in the human society. We need more of us to exist as a species. We can't keep mating with robots. It's not a good idea. Ooh, Jesus Christ. You see, I mean, like, you see how counterproductive some of this can be sometimes, though? FAG? That's offensive. Last time I checked, you know, like, gay people don't like that. We're going to call them N-words next, too? Come on. Come on, man. Let's keep the FAGs to ourselves, huh? Let's show some fucking tact out there. This is funny. So, Woke Patriot just put this in the Discord. Classic bit from Seinfeld. This is the ending to. I don't know if you remember this. It's just hilarious.
Been accused of wrongdoing, but these false accusations will not deter us. We will annex Poland by the spring at any cost, and our stock will rise high.
It's just a misunderstanding, guys. It's just a misunderstanding, okay? All right? My heart goes out to you. It's just like this. Look, he didn't mean it. See? Look, he didn't mean it. It's totally ridiculous to think that this guy was being fascist. He's just a business owner, and it's just a wacky circumstance. It's the same thing with Elon. It's just a wacky circumstance coincidence, just a wacky coincidence that he did it twice. I really should have him doing it twice in the GIF. I need a better GIF. Exactly. Too much Tylenol. Yeah, exactly. Ribbons. Exactly. Now imagine is the States. Trigger warning. This is disgusting. I'm Ribbons, boy. Okay, that's weird. Please don't steal the identity of loyal watchers in my chat, please. Please don't do that. So this is a family protecting their loved one from getting kidnapped. As you can see here, this ICE agent, this is a girl, I think a teenage girl. The father is somewhere in this scrum in here. They're ripping the family away. Of course, this is outside, I believe, outside of a courtroom. This is once again an example. I'm shocked that people are still showing up to court. I'm utterly shocked that we have immigrants still showing up to court dates, knowing that ICE intentionally, you know, but they desperately want to do things the right way. Desperate. Even in this climate. So they walk, so we've already seen this many times already. They walk out of their court date immediately into the hands of ICE, who kidnap them and send them God knows where. 1,800 individuals disappeared already, and they are just getting started. Very real chance this man stays in gulag-like conditions, worse than a Chinese prison, for who knows how many months, might get shifted around to multiple locations, and then dumped, possibly, in a country not of his origin. Just a country that'll take him. And if he's really unlucky, that country, that you're not just dumped in the country. Oh no, they treat you like a fucking criminal and throw you away into a goddamn gulag, or you get kidnapped by somebody and enslaved. So don't tell me that resisting arrest, these people are you just don't resist. They are being kidnapped and disappeared. Like this shit is 1984. Like this shit is right out of fucking Stalin's Russia. So don't tell me that this is unreasonable. Don't tell me that you wouldn't act in a similar way, knowing that that's the potential fate of somebody that you love dearly. A father, a mother. ICE wearing masks. This is so disgusting, it makes me physically ill. Enjoy.
Pull her away. Pull her away.
I think that's the mother. That might be the mother. This is the guy right here. Right. And there's a little girl getting crushed, by the way, back here. This is the reward for doing things the right way. They have no idea what, seeing something like this, it just makes you want to be like, I hope this entire experiment fails catastrophically and those who supported it the hardest are hurt the hardest from it, from that catastrophic breakdown. But I know that catastrophic breakdown is not just going to hurt the people that supported this. It's going to hurt everybody. Okay, it's bombs are indiscriminate, and that's what this is. This is an exploding kettle. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Jesus Christ, man. It's just disgusting. It's just absolutely disgusting. None of these fucking people doing it for a fucking paycheck. If I had any shred of power whatsoever, I would get every single name and prosecute them. They would all have their day in court for kidnapping, for human trafficking, for participating in seditious behavior. I mean the entire, throw the book, I'm throwing the entire fucking library at you. If I had any shred of control, if I had any ounce of power whatsoever. I'll settle for what we got. Settle sounds like a fucking right-winger language. Right. Cute. Cute. So masked up, can do whatever the fuck they want. Quiet language. What? So masked up, they could do whatever the fuck they want, close the door, cover up the window, disappear, motherfuckers. So let me tell you, there's not going to be human rights abuses here, huh? Nothing but a big black hole. Bunch of masked criminals. Oh, no. Everything's going to work hunky-dory. And an administration, Stephen Miller, who thinks, Tom Hooman, pour on the pain, pour on the suffering. It will act as a deterrent. So go hard. Go brutal. That's what they're saying. Yeah, Raven. Well, okay. Well, I appreciate you not being a right-winger. But I'm not going to use the word fucking settle. I'm not settling for shit outside of fucking prosecutions and real justice. I will not fucking rest until I see that day. I am not free until every other person is free. So when I see that kind of oppression, it's like I'm getting oppressed. Human rights are inalienable. Human rights are inalienable. I'm not settling for shit. Fed posting. I honestly don't even know what that means. I'm not online enough. It's fine. You're fine. You're fine. I just hear words like settle and I fucking puke. Settle? Settle? I see. How the fuck am I supposed to know, man? How the fuck am I supposed to know, huh? Do you know how many unironic fascists I get into my stream every time I hit start stream? At least 5. Unironic, proud Sieg Heilers. How the fuck am I supposed to know you're being sarcastic? I would take every ICE officer and deport them. No deportations. Laws on the book. What's against the law already? Human trafficking is against the law. Kidnapping is against the law. Abusing people, abusing their freedoms is against the law. Abusing their civil liberties is against the law. See what I mean? It's like the laws are on the book. Let's just get them for the shit that they're doing. And we don't have to go crazy. We don't have to go commie. We don't have to go fucking anarchist, tribunals or whatever the fuck. We just rule of law. Rule of law. The way it used to be. That's what I'm saying, Sapien. That's what I'm saying. If they just got a fucking iota of real justice as it's written currently, completely unchanged, completely un-Trumpified, they're fucked. So we don't need to change a thing, baby. We just got to do what the fucking rule book says. And Sapien, it's like those judges, right? They need like their needs. That's where we need to crack down. That's maybe where we need to start talking about some kind of tribunal or something, because it's a massive partisan infection. There's hundreds, thousands of activists all throughout the justice systems in every state, federal and local state. You know, hyper partisan. They're intentionally unqualified most of the time, but they're intentionally to hold down a partisan point of view. Not just in the Supreme Court, but throughout the entire system. So, but like, Gavin, where's fucking Gavin on any of this? Gavin, where are you at? Gavin, hello, Gavin. I haven't heard Promise One from that guy. Nothing but shit posting. It's very funny. Ha 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 ha. How about we sit in front of the camera for 45 minutes, dryly going over, here's what I'm going to do as president. Oh, yeah, I'm running for president, by the way, obviously, if you didn't know. So anyway, moving on. Here's 45 different things I'm going to do in the first week of this presidency. You know, catalog. We've already started cataloging everything, but, you know, taking an official record of all the damage done. Here are the things that are going to be restored. We're going to restore this department, the Department of Education, the Department of Health. You know, these individuals are going to be fired immediately, you know. Where's the fucking blueprint? And don't tell me you don't have time. Don't tell me you don't have the fucking resources. I don't want to fucking hear it from a bunch of bazillionaires with staff in the thousands. I don't want to hear it. It's now or never. So here we have it. Here's the next step. Now he wants to fuck with Portland. He wants to fuck with Portland. Bring it. Bring it. For the love of God, bring it. They're so hungry for your fascism, they can taste it. Let me tell you something, folks. Occupy Wall Street and the BLM protests, there was one place in America that kept it 100%, and that was Portland. Okay? That shit was crazy. I followed it live, multiple days, multiple waves. Some of the hardest activists in the country in Portland. Do you want to bring ICE along? Bring the whole gang. Bring the whole fucking gang. You couldn't. They didn't have the fucking nutsack for Chicago. They didn't have the sack for Chicago. Now they want to bring this fast shit directly into Portland, huh? It's a war zone. It's a war zone. We're going to liberate it. It's a war against the American people. Oops, I didn't mean to say that. Yeah, incredulous. So anyway, Trump orders troop deployment to war-ravaged Portland. That's a big shock to the citizens there, okay? You, Matt, you're sipping a latte and you're hearing this? War-ravaged Portland. War-ravaged Portland. Is that happening down the street? War-ravaged Portland. And listen to this, to protect ICE facilities, right? Why? Because there was probably protests, right? Some protests out front. He said in a Truth Social, I put out a truth. Every word, every statement I make is truth. I put it out. I call my statements truths. Nothing Orwellian about that. At the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I'm directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops, capitalized, to protect war, capitalized, ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa. Who's Antifa? Anybody who disagrees, anybody who gets in the way. It's going to start with the, with the Libby lefties on the front line of the protest movement, and it will make its way up to literally anybody that disagrees on social media, China style, Russia style, knocking on your door. Oh, you made this statement. You made that statement. You're not allowed to do that. UK style, I guess. That's how the UK's handling it. Great job, Keir. Love the digital ID, man. Awesome idea. Londoners going to love it. Under siege and attacked by Antifa and under domestic and other domestic terrorists. So that's great. I love how he throws that in there too. Anybody. It's anybody. Just say anybody. Just say anybody that disagrees with you, you fucking tyrant. I'm also authorizing full force if necessary. Hankering for a fight. Hankering for a fight. I think he wants to see soldiers shooting Americans. I think that's because I think he agrees. I think he agrees he's got that thuggish attitude, that mafia attitude, right? I think he fully agrees. We got to set an example. That's what it means. Set an example. Kill some people. Oh, it's tragic. Tragic they made us do it. So tragic that we had to do it. The officer was felt in danger. It was a dangerous change of danger, just like Kyle Rittenhouse 2.0. He put himself in direct danger. Now it's so terrible. It's so terrible. He had to do it. Fool Force. Get him. Get him. Yeah, but there'll be liberals, radical far left. So are they really people? No. Just a bunch of bickering ants that you sweep away with a gun. Do they have to do this publicly? Do we have to see this? Do we have to, you know what I mean? So here he is, Kash Patel, so good, does exactly what I says, slobs my knob perfectly. He's a bug-eyed weirdo and he does exactly what I tell him to do, so I love him. Right, talking about James Comey, right? James Dirty Cop Comey. Oh, he's such a criminal. He's such a criminal. He went after me. He almost ruined my election. Oh, he wasn't fair to me. He wasn't fair to me. The level of enthusiasm by the FBI was incredible. Oh, I love an enthusiastic beach. but only caused by the fact that blah, blah, blah. Comey was a total slime ball. Okay, right. It's so spurious. Comey got on camera and was like, basically, bring it, motherfucker. Like it was a WWE match. Comey got in front of a camera and said, yep, taking your ass to court, no problem. This is totally ridiculous. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again, President DJT. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Like we got a fucking choice. Right? And then here's, you know, like I said, they got to do this publicly. Oh, thank you for your... That's what it sounds like, folks. Verbatim.
We did not stop.
It's a verbatim quote. All right. I promised yesterday, I promised ominously that we were going to listen to the entire 54-minute speech. I promised yesterday that we were going to listen to the entire 54-minute speech. I've decided against that foolhardy move, and instead I found a video. It's 6.5 minutes of the highlights of Trump's completely unhinged UN speech. Totally bananas town. You know, that was also a campaign rally. You know, that's the only way he knows how to talk. But promises broken. Blase, if you want to watch that, I have the link if you want it. I can give it to you. If you want the link to the full thing, you can watch it in your own time. I have only a few hours left. I'm 2 hours already up and down this shit. Holy fuck. Look how much fucking news I got. Holy fuck. I'm definitely doing a special stream tomorrow. But it's going to be with a kid. I'm going to be babysitting the kid the entire day. The wife is, you know, going to be taking a ladies, you know, a couple days off. Mother's rest with her friend. So I'm going to be watching the kid. I'm going to have nothing to do all day. So I think I'm just going to bust out. Yeah, but I can't, you know, I'm going to have to be taking care of the kid. I can't play video games and, you know, feed the kid and play with the kid. But I can do politics. I got a wireless headset. I'll set up the camera in the baby area. You'll see me playing with the kid, and we'll be doing politics, okay? Got no choice. What am I supposed to do? Ignore this shit? Look how much fucking news. We got to talk about it. Let's keep it moving. Anyway, 6 minutes of rambling insanity from Donald Trump. Let's do it. Let's see you suffer for 50 minutes.
In a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going.
That's what some say. They're unendable. He ended the war, guy. He ended 7 wars. Look at the list. It's so ridiculous.
For 31 years, 2 of them. 31. Think of it. 31 years. One was 36 years.
Wow.
One was 28 years.
Wow.
I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders.
He's still going. He just, look, man, you know, it's worked his whole life, just repeating lies until they become reality, like some voodoo magician, you know, chanting over and over and over again.
Of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing
He should,
the
honestly.
deal.
Fuck the Nobel Peace Prize.
All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape.
If you see the footage, it's not a jerk at all. It's like a, you know, and like they're not. And he looks over. It's hilarious. Him and her, they both look over at some random people standing next to the escalator, like they hit the button or something. He just like looks over at some random people with daggers in his eyes, and then he just storms up the steps. It's the most exercise that he's gotten in fucking 10 years.
We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations: a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter.
Right. And do I even need to bring up all the times that he made fun of, who was it, Joe Biden about the teleprompter and Hillary Clinton about the Barack Obama? I think his criticisms were like, the teleprompter is he's not actually as good as you think he is because he's reading off a teleprompter. This motherfucker is so dependent on a teleprompter. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't even have the ability to riff it. He's like the riff king, but without his teleprompter, he's like naked and alone.
What is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. Many years ago, a very...
And he knows, and he should know, folks. He did 7 of them. He's 7 and counting, baby.
Successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump.
Homer's makeup gun.
I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very...
His hair is the color of gold. That shit is intentional. Cover me in gold. I'm the golden boy. I'm the golden emperor. I want to be covered in gold. Bury me in gold, gold.
I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo.
Terrazzo?
I'm going to give you the best of everything.
Please don't. Please, that sounds like a fucking threat from a rapist, dude. That sounds like a fucking... Don't. Please don't. Can I go home now, Dad?
I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time.
Does he think people live in like plastic houses? We have plastic walls. Poor people, they live in Ziploc containers, big ones. It keeps them fresh so they can come to work nice and fresh.
And which actually produce a far inferior product.
Fresh coating.
And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly.
Right.
It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns.
Right.
Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building, and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on...
Is that... I'm speechless. I'm
Terrazzo,
just totally
do you notice
speechless.
That? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building...
I think it looks good.
Getting stuck in the escalator. They still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years.
Yeah, exactly, Blasé. It's easy to forget, right? This is the only mode he talks in is the campaign mode. Will we ever have normal politics? Because like the right wing can't replicate this. So they're gonna have to go. They're gonna have to double down on the authoritarianism, but it's no longer going to be slick and absurd and comedic. It's going to be mean and brutal, and you know, it's not going to have this aloof ridiculousness. It's just going to be mean and brutal. Like J.D. Vance, you know, he's just going to, we're never going to see him smile. It's going to be, you know, it's going to be ugly J.D. That's going to be our fate, you know?
Of the incompetent Biden administration.
Where's the supervisor?
And
where's Sandman Sims with the fucking hook, dude? They got to get Sandman Sims over here with the fucking hook. Get this man off stage.
And millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. in the United States.
Still going with the narrative that NATO caused the invasion of Ukraine. Amazing.
We reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world.
They're brown.
Trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net.
I don't want a falafel.
We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their...
PP's back. PP's back. You know, Mark Carney hasn't even started cutting, and he's promising. He's like, I'm going to cut. The poor people are going to get it. Taxing the rich, what's that? Never heard of that. I literally blank out and go into a coma anytime I hear those words. Nope, the only solution is to cut the benefits for the poor. We're going to means test a bunch of stuff, apply a bunch of new cuts, and means test a bunch of things. So people are not going to love that. They're going to be like, it's Justin Trudeau 2.0. You said you're going to lower the prices. Nothing's getting cheaper. PP's going to come in and say, I got the solution. I got the solution for everything. It's amazing. It's called privatization. You wouldn't believe how much money you're going to get. And we're going to get fucking Brexit 2.0, dude, in Canada. Yeah, when PP gets in, he's going to rip the fucking cord off. Right? And what is Mark Carney talking about? Growth. Oh, it's growth. My whole strategy is growth. Ask Keir Starmer how that's working out for him. Huh? People won't mind getting all their benefits cut because I'm going to make the economy so great. They're gonna ignore that all their benefits that they depend on for the happiness of themselves and their family have gone away. They're going to forget all that because the economy is going to be so great. That's how they think. That's how Mark Carney thinks. Handing out tax cuts to his fucking buddies. So let me tell you, yeah, we're going to get Pierre Poilievre. It's going to happen. Might even be a one-term situation because the crisis in the American economy is going to drag the Canadian economy down regardless. It's going to be in a stronger position, just like 2008. But that's still going to make Mark Carney look bad. Prices are still going to be going up. People are going to blame that on Mark Carney. Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico. Is that who you're talking about?
Citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it.
Yeah, she's great.
I'm not mentioning names.
Right.
I see it, and I
don't really see her going after the cartel menace, like, you know what I mean. But I don't think she's making it worse, and she does at the very least address the needs of the people in her rhetoric. But the real question is the cartels. What are you going to fucking do about the cartels? You know, it's a tough question. The government's completely infected, right? So what the fuck are you going to do? A lot of people are going to die, but you got to do something about it.
In defense of their citizens as well.
Maybe you maybe you do what she's doing, right? Where you help the working class first. Like you get a really strong base. You become really, really popular. You become really, really popular first. And then you start talking about the cartel issues. Right? Once you've become the most popular, you know, president of Mexico in 30 years or whatever, right? People are like, we love you. Then maybe start talking about the cartel menace, right? When you have an overwhelming amount of support from the people. Maybe that's the strategy. I don't know. But I do know that it's untenable, the amount of power, political power and military power that the cartel has in Mexico. It frightens me. And quite honestly, and I don't mean to say this to put myself in danger, those people are monsters. The things that they do to human beings disturbs me, okay? And you just scratch the surface. I won't give you the details. But it's bone-chilling stuff that they do to people and families and children that these cartels get up to. And if justice needs to exist in this world, these monsters cannot be walking the earth free. That does need to be addressed. These are not nice people.
You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I could call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force
because of fascists like you applying your MAGA template across the fucking globe. That's the entire Western alliance is in danger because of you. Hitler 2.0, the stupid version.
Illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe.
Still talking about
Nobody
brown
is ever,
people.
and nobody's doing anything
Still
to
fucking
change
talking
it,
about
to get them
fucking
out.
brown people. Holy shit. Can you just let them sweep your floors in peace? Jesus Christ, leave them alone. Now, he's also talking about bringing them back for the farmers. Pour on the racism, pour on the bigotry. But, oh, please come back and pick our strawberries.
It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed. Now
he's talking about Sadiq Khan, who I think is a Muslim, right? Brown guy, mayor of London. People love the guy. He's incredibly popular. You know, Donald Trump spreading racism and everything. You know, I walked up to him and he handed me a falafel and it was just terrible. And, sir, that wasn't Sadiq Khan. That was just a food vendor. Anyway, so I took this falafel from Sadiq Khan and I said, "You're ruining London, Sadiq. You're ruining London, okay? I don't even eat falafel. I'm not paying for this. I want my money back."
they want to go to Sharia law.
I
But
don't
you're in a
like
different
Sharia
country.
law,
You can't do
Sadiq.
that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. Another UN official stated in
Filled with them,
1989
Grant.
that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped.
It fucking drips with hatred and dehumanization. You know? And this is, I go back to what I was saying earlier about Hezbollah and Hamas and the rest of them, right? They kind of like play right into the hands of these fucking ghouls. Something radical needs to change with their strategies. Because when Donald Trump is able to take advantage of you, you're doing something wrong.
Off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back
Oh my God.
years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they
Oh my
said
God.
global cooling will kill the world.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't say that, actually. No, they didn't, asspole master. How much more shit you got up there? God damn, it's the goddamn infinite storage machine up in there, dude. Some kind of Harry Potter, Doctor Who shit up that anus. You just pull shit out all day, huh? Global cooling? That's not real.
We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change because that way they can't miss.
Yeah, no, they started calling it climate change because bad actors and grifters like you were running. God damn it! God damn it! God damn it!
Climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, okay. Ask an insurance company how fake climate change is. Ask the fucking Army of Corps of Engineers how fake climate change is. Ask fucking Florida how fake climate change is. Oh, this hurts. Oh, my God. I was going to do 50 minutes of this? I can't believe this.
Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling.
shitting
All of
in the
these
TARDIS, please.
predictions made
Oh,
by
he's
the
full of
United
shit.
Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail.
Oh, that was 6.5 minutes of Donald J. Trump. To TYT, crash incoming. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We're going to deviate here. I want to see this. What is he talking about? Well, okay. Oh, this is old video. Okay, they're showing Howard Lutnick lying, saying everything is great. What does Jank say? We got Iderola over here. Kick it over to Jank. Let's see what he's got to say.
So I'm going to shock the world and you by saying that I'm going to fess up to something that I think I was a little bit wrong about. Okay, so that's coming up in a little bit.
Come on, man. I'm not doing that.
And then I'm going to nevertheless make a new prediction. Be fun for everybody. First, All right. So look, these tariffs are totally unsustainable. So
Yes.
they won't last. There's no chance. So I had said that in the past, and I was right about that. He put up a 145% tariff on China, or threatened to, and then it lasted about 13 seconds because that's mental. And then he's like, I'm taking it back because I'm getting very strong concession.
Okay, whatever. I'm going to watch this in my own personal time, and I'll let you know if it's worth a damn. Okay. We're not done. Let's keep her moving. I was just curious, like, what's his big prediction? So this was actually a recommendation from yesterday, and I think this is important. I'm not going to show you the whole 15 minutes here. Sorry, don't mean to disrespect this Slovenian president here. This is the president of a country. But I just thought it'd be an interesting contrast to see what actual leadership looks like geopolitically, right? This is one banger of a speech. Opens up like a firecracker. We saw a little sample of it yesterday. So before we turn away from the UN, let's just go ahead and hear what the president of Slovakia, am I saying that correctly, has to say.
The Holocaust. We did not stop the Holocaust. We did not stop the genocide in Rwanda. We did not stop the genocide in Srebrenica. We must stop the genocide in Gaza. There are no excuses anymore. None.
Amazing. And that's really stark. 16 seconds in, and she's like, we failed big time. Humanity failed to stop the Holocaust. Humanity failed to stop all these other atrocities. And we are Slovenia. Sorry, okay, Slovenia. Thank you. Yeah, he just pissed off most of Slovakia, by the way. Oh my God, I get it. I blame Donald Trump, okay? Fake news, okay, I took over the education system and I made everybody stupid. It's Donald Trump's fault. But no, that's amazing. That's really bold to start it off with right there. Boom. We've failed before, and we can fail again. This is serious. Lovely.
Side in Gaza. There are no excuses anymore.
Beautiful.
None. Ladies and gentlemen.
Slovenia.
Thank you very much.
The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Natasha Pitts Mushar, the President
Oh,
of
shit.
the
That wasn't the opening. That was the conclusion. Sorry. Okay. Pause monster gets it again.
Republic of Slovenia.
I need to stop pausing.
I request protocol
Okay, I need to stop pausing and deviating. Now let me talk for 5 minutes about Animaniacs.
to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the
Slovenians
Assembly.
suffered Serbians. They know what Israel is up to. Interesting. Learning a lot. I've been learning a lot this last year about
Madam
the
President,
Baltics.
please accept my warmest congratulations
area.
on your election
That area
and this
around the
historic
Baltics.
80th anniversary of the United Nations. Your election underscores
John
the
Axel.
vital importance of including women in decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, in 1945, the end of the Second World War was greeted with celebrations, and hopes were placed in a new era of peace and cooperation, embodied by the creation of the United Nations.
What a fucking amateur. She hasn't even bragged about the fake wars that she's like solved yet. You know what I mean? She hasn't even made a buffoonish statement, and it's been over 35 seconds. She hasn't said a single thing that would make you embarrassed. What a fucking rookie.
However, those hopes were soon overshadowed by the onset of the Cold War. When it ended in 1991, we once again dared to believe that this would pave the way to the vision of
All
less...
right, you get the fucking point, okay? All right, you get the fucking point. I got a lot of news to cover, but anyway, you want to watch the rest of this brilliant, amazing speech, eloquent speech, beautiful speech about the importance of human rights. There's the link right there. We're not quite done with UN, though. Talk about lies. Talk about madness. Here's 60 seconds of Bibi Netanyahu. This was the speech where a good majority of the room walked out. And they were walking out, turning their back. Only the few countries still supporting this genocidal project. right? I would like to mention there's probably a couple of countries that were walking out still sending money and weapons to Israel for the genocide. Okay. Maybe you should do one before the other, right? Maybe you shouldn't be allowed to walk out and shame and protest if you're still sending fucking money to the war machine, right?
Giving the Palestinians a state 1 mile from Jerusalem after October 7th is like giving Al-Qaeda a state 1 mile from New York City after September 11th. This is sheer madness. They teach their children to hate Jews and destroy the Jewish state.
So just remember, everything he says is projection and can be reversed, right? I mean, who's doing more brainwashing of their youth than Israel? What, maybe Russia, maybe China, but it's right up there from day one. You know, all public schools, the Palestinian dehumanization begins.
And Christians don't fare much better. When Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus, was under Israeli control, 80% of its residents were Christians. But
do I even need to remind everybody, IDF and settlers assaulting, spitting on Christians, kicking them, bombing the Christian church? We just had Ted Cruz do a oh, so sad that they did this to the Christians. Right. And here he is just cynically using Christians in his, in his speech. It's really something else, man.
Since the PA took control, that number has dwindled to under 20%.
Because of you, because of your government. That is wild, man. That's not because of the Palestinians.
These are the people you want to give a state to?
Wow.
What you're doing is giving the ultimate reward to intolerant fanatics who perpetrated and supported the October 7th massacre.
Right. So there's no prospect or concept of occupying this area, creating a security state, creating some kind of stability, allowing Palestinians to either vote on a regional government for Gaza or, have the Palestinian Authority come in and take over to reunify. That all of that is completely off the table. Right, because we're assuming that every Palestinian is a member of Hamas, every Palestinian is a terrorist. A wildly racist and bigoted point of view, genocidal point of view. What the hell is this? Is this a QR code? Holy shit, that's ugly. I assume this is a QR code to a snuff film, right? Showing a bunch of propaganda, I assume.
Giving the Palestinians a state 1 mile from Jerusalem after October 7th is like giving Al-Qaeda a state 1 mile from New York City after September 11th. This is sheer madness.
Yeah,
it's insane, and we won't do it.
Yeah, it looks like a plate of scrambled eggs. Who's applauding? Is that Israel over there? Yeah, okay. Right. History, this is better documented than any other atrocity, I think, in history. And they are going to need to conquer the world to get the world to forget what they've done. And if that's what they got to do, then that's what they're going to, try to do. Let's not forget Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, they're right in line with the Zionist project. They, maybe they don't agree with like Israel taking over the world or anything, but they agree in the same kind of like tyrannical direction. They're in a way, Elon and Peter Thiel are kind of theocrats in their own way. They have this dark enlightenment religion, philosophy, whatever you want to call it. That they believe should be the governing philosophy for the entire world, right? The attack on October 7th was horrible indeed, and it's a compelling argument, but one should not neglect the rather long history of this. Yeah, well, I mean, that's intentional, right? WW86. History began on October 7th. And this, this also goes back to Hamas, because it's like if Hamas couldn't see this, they just didn't get the bloodlust. They couldn't see Bibi Netanyahu leaving the door open. They couldn't see any of that, and they just happily committed an atrocity that like I said, like Bibi Netanyahu should be sending Hamas checks because it's like they work for Bibi, It's like they work for Bibi. You can be sure Bibi is in the Epstein files. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that, you know, a lot of powerful people associated with Israel took advantage of Epstein's services, but they got the special treatment where nothing was recorded, right? The cameras are turned off for you. You get the extra special treatment. Oh, I got Bill Clinton getting a Hummer. You wouldn't believe it. You know, I got Donald Trump, you know, getting fisted. You wouldn't believe it. But you get the special treatment. So I just, you know, this footage went viral. I thought I'd, you know, give you guys a reward. It's always kind of fun. So apparently this is the second time this grocery store has been hit up. And some really stupid criminals here. Likely these people will be tracked down, arrested. But, you know, fully armed, of course. Thanks, America. Good job, NRA. Second Amendment. Love it. That looks like a fucking MAC-10. No, that's an automatic pistol. Maybe a 9mm. We got two 9mm right there. Anyway, what I really wanted to show was the fucking pickaxe guy. Look at this pickaxe guy. Almost takes somebody else out while he's trying to use this pickaxe. It's hilarious. So he's confused. Okay, no, it's this pickaxe guy. Sorry, we have multiple pickaxes here. It's this pickaxe guy. Gets to fucking work. Right? Look at this shit, dude. I'm just gonna go ahead, stand in here, turn my back. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I love how he's using the wrong side of the pickaxe. He's using the flat part of the pickaxe. Maybe he's intentional. Maybe he's trying to lift it up. So anyway, it's disgusting stuff. Of course, I don't think this is good. I think this is a terrible thing. Interestingly, so this is interesting. They let the door close, and then security engaged. You know, the security is supposed to lock them inside. And look at this; they're actually quite clever. Yeah, they're doing this for like a couple $1,000 at the best. They each get a couple $1,000. It's, you know, you gotta know somebody to fence it. You gotta, you know, it takes time to fence it. So check this out. Yeah, they all got getaway cars. This guy's kind of running late. Oh, they didn't show it. I guess there's a different clip that I saw. But the doors lock. They're supposed to lock them in, and it does. But they just blasted their way out, dude. Fucking Grand Theft Auto style. You know, just use the pistol, like 3 or 4 shots. You know, thankfully they didn't hurt anybody, but went right through the glass, and then they just kicked the glass down and ran out. Concerning how little the come up is. Well, it's also exciting. You know, it's also kind of exciting because these things, you know, it starts with like a group of like, you know, probably starts with like a smaller group. And then other people are like, I'm down. You know, I'll mask up. And it's actually, the more people participate, the harder it is to track any individual down. So the more people involved, as long as everyone's masked up and everyone follows the same protocol, there's a higher chance you can get away with it, right? Notice they all left the plates on their cars like smart crooks. Oh, did they? Did they really? They probably took the plates off. You're going to take the plates off in an operation like this. You're going to take those plates off. I'd be surprised if they left the plates on. I really would be. Yeah, you're going to take those off. Smart criminals would use fake plates. Yeah, maybe stolen plates. Exactly. Smart criminals would, you know, use some stolen plates or something, right? Yeah, because you don't want to go naked without any plates. You get pulled over. They're probably not resourceful enough to have these cars be stolen, though. It's a good chance that not every one of these cars has been stolen. It's like their mom's car or their grandma's car or something. Bragging about to someone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how they got Tupac's killer. And the guy was bragging. I did it. I did Pac. So moving on. I guess I don't know what commentary I had for that clip, other than I just wanted to show it to you. If we want to solve these problems, obviously a racist would say, you know, oh, it's the parents and it's the black culture. Obviously that's not the solution here. The solution is class-based. The solution is, of course, to have opportunities for those young people. Obviously they were all young, right? Have job opportunities, education opportunities, give them hope for the future. They don't. None of those things exist for those people. Okay, and I'm not saying just black people, but poor people. And I know because I'm one of them. Everything I got, it's because I fucking scrimped and, fought and grabbed and took and crawled and, right? I worked for this shit. But it's not a meritocracy. I should have so much more with the amount, like my grandparents, right? The greatest generation. They worked just as hard as I did. They had multiple houses, retirements, multiple cars, backyard, front yard, basement, and attic, right? They got the fucking American dream, the white picket fence if they wanted it. Right? I got to cut a fucking limb off just to afford a mortgage. Anyway, I don't know what I was talking about, really. Just I wanted to show that footage and talk about class, maybe. Moving on to the next segment here. The fascists that, I don't know what, I'm torn. Do we keep pointing out how callous, hypocritical, and dangerous and frightening that these open, smiling, grinning fucking fascists are? Yeah, everyone that's not like us, we should throw into jail. Ha 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 ha. Our president should be allowed to use the justice system as a weapon against his enemies. Ha 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 ha. It's really funny. Right, so because they're making jokes about Comey being tall and he's going to bang his head everywhere. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Our fascist dictator president going after his political enemies and tossing them into jail. Ha ha, yuck yuck. Big fucking smile. Looks like class photo day. Cheap ass haircut, cheap ass fucking teeth. I'm sorry, those teeth are expensive. That's fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars of work right there, that grin. Motherfucker probably taking Botox. Make sure you get my right side. Make sure you make it look good. I lie every day in front of the American people. I gotta have a convincing looking face. It's the face of fucking evil. It's the goddamn... It's the face of the fucking Antichrist, man. I mean, it seriously is. Like, it's dangerous shit. This guy's a grinning fascist. Proudly heralding the new era of tyranny. Adam Carolla is just an uninformed, useful, rich idiot. Not to give him a break, but the motherfucker's in way over his head. Motherfucker doesn't know shit. Doesn't know shit other than how to make a 19-year-old girl feel uncomfortable. This motherfucker does not read. Moving on. This is good shit. Agent Provocateur over here, Make America Great Again, decided to walk through, do the whole debate me bullshit in an all-black college, right? He got exactly what he wanted. They chased him the fuck out of there. They were having absolutely none of it. Right? All I did was walk through an all-black campus with my Klan hood on. No, you can't even walk through campus with the Klan hood. Can't even walk through campus with a big, bright symbol of hate on your head. Can't even do that. Can you believe that? Not here in America. I'm getting canceled. Americans used to be proud of canceling fascism. Now we're supposed to feel ashamed? Oh, my free speech, my free speech. Fascists don't deserve free speech. They weaponize it, turn it against the democratic societies that allow it to happen. And fundamentally, fascists hate free speech. What do we see as soon as they get into power? You're not allowed to say that. You need to shut up. Only the sycophants get a microphone. So quite frankly, fascists can shut the fuck up. Oh, so edgy, so easy to say. Yeah, it used to be. Now it's a controversial statement. I love her enthusiasm, dude. I love her enthusiasm. But, he's, I'm getting exactly what I want. Look at these animals. Look at these animals. I mean, if a liberal would have the nutsack, maybe I should do this. My wife would kill me though, right? But go to a all right-wing campus and, you know, I love black people. Like, we've seen similar things. Remember when what is it, the car show, Final Gear, something like that, right? It's got the Jeremy what's his nuts and the other guys. They drove through like southern Alabama in like a bus or something that said I love black people, and they were like chased down by rednecks in trucks. Top Gear, thank you. Random guys, like, this is driving me nuts. It's Top Gear, dude. Right. So, and we've seen other experiments. Someone put up a billboard in an incredibly right-wing area, you know, like I love black people. Oh, and they can't stand it. They the exact same reaction. The exact same reaction to you know, equality and human rights. They you know, they have the exact same reaction as this all-black college has to someone blatantly, proudly wearing a hate symbol. So, by the way, we don't have time to get into Mike Figurino here's amazing. Mike Figurino, please, that's the right name. I always get these two mixed up. Humanist Report guy. We don't have time for his analysis. It's really good. But he points out that apparently they literally showed up and just put a table down. They didn't ask for permission to be there. So it's not like they were just like, you know, they set it up and the campus security escorted them off because they saw the Make America Great Again hat. They weren't allowed to be there. DEI should be illegal. Look at that. This is like Die Hard 3. Is it Die Hard 3 or is it Die Hard 2? Bruce Willis wears a sign that says I hate N-words, except it's like the full, you know, I hate N-words, right? Walking through like downtown Harlem or something. This is the equivalent. This is the fucking equivalent. And by the way, right-wingers love DEI. Look at Trump's cabinet. Bunch of hot blonde bimbos that don't know what the fuck they're doing and have no qualifications to be there. It's a bunch of DEI. They want DEI for white Christians. They want DEI for billionaire companies. So would you believe that they're hypocrites as well? I can't believe it. All right, make sure you are liking and subscribing, though, to the Humanist Report. Damn good reporting. Damn good show. Good stuff all around. Definitely one of the, you know, they're not taking money from shadowy DNC, David Pakman, BTC aligned bullshit. No, he's the real deal. Make sure you're subscribing to the Humanist Report. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the latest stinking, I mean, open a window. This fresh on arrival, dude. Open a window, man. Who's dropping the beef? Who's dropping the loaf? So here's the latest smashing idea from the Keir Starmer administration. Okay? Couldn't be less popular right now, Keir Starmer. This is the big idea. This is going to fix immigration. By the way, most of these immigrants are getting paid under the table already. Right? But, digital ID. Wow, digital ID. Okay, no one's allowed to work unless you got digital ID. Everyone's going to need it. There you go. Problem solved. Won't the people who support reform vote for me now? How many times do neoliberals need to be presented with the fact that people don't, if you're going to present them with conservative light, they're just going to go full conservative. I don't want diet conservative. I don't need diet conservative. I got full conservative at home. Gets me just as drunk. I don't know. Sorry. But it's just, run to the right, run to the right. And still talking about growth. One thing he won't talk about, taxing the rich. Would never think about it. Would rather, completely embarrass himself, turning his entire career into a complete joke, right? The next coming of the Labor Party, total failure, would rather be that than tax the rich. That's how bad the situation is with these neoliberals. Throw my entire career away for Israel and the rich, right? There's no good goddamn reason to be defending Israel, to be, treating, Palestine. Or treating Israel with kid gloves and letting this continue to happen in Palestine. Still, tiptoeing around it. I mean, okay, they've finally declared Palestine a country 5 seconds before it's erased. What the fuck good does that do? And I'm pretty sure they're still sending weapons one way or the other, right? Still sending military support, or did they finally cut that off completely?
This government will make a new free-of-charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this parliament.
This'll get them. This'll get the Nigel voters on my side. What's a left wing? I'm working as hard as I can to get the right-wing weirdos on my side. Left-wingers, progressivism. I'm not trying to get the Jeremy Corbyn voter. I'm not trying to get a Green Party voter. I'm not trying to get a checked out voter who's maybe left and young. I'm not trying to get that voter. I'm trying to get reforms votes. I'm trying to change the minds of people that are willingly considering voting for Nigel Farage. I like a challenge. What can I say? I'm Keir Starmer. I like a challenge.
Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I agree. And how correct has Corbyn been made, retrospectively? You know what I mean? The entire him being ostracized, he's an anti-Semite, how dare you criticize all those, it's all moot. He's been proven 100% correct. Maybe some of his language was not, good. He could have probably picked better language in some cases, right? Allowed his, using language that his enemies were very, very capable of weaponizing against him. But he was retrospectively 100% correct. So
Palestinian President Mahmoud
Abbas, the best girl in the fucking news world, No Justice MTG, is going to break it down. Is this the right one? Is this the one where she talks about Corbyn? No, this is the one where she talks about Trump. Hold on. I don't have time for this one. Well, maybe a little bit, but I have a different one. No, where's my other No Justice MTG clip? Oh my God. Maybe it's in the other one. But no, there's a one that she breaks down this new thing. So let me just find it here. I think hold on here. And I wanted to watch a good chunk of it because it was amazing. She's amazing. She does such a good job, because it's like I don't know enough about British politics to really get in the weeds on some of this shit. All right, hold on. Okay, you get it. We don't need to watch this one, but Trump shoots down Netanyahu's bid to annex the West Bank. Will he? Won't he? Does he actually mean it? I don't know. That's let's wait and see on this because no one's going to stop Bibi. America, Sheldon Adelson, the connection to Trump. Right, it's probably just empty words. He doesn't want Bibi to continue into the West Bank. It makes things inconvenient for him. But at the end of the day, he's going to allow it to happen. The motherfucker talks about building a hotel on the grave site that used to be Gaza. I'm supposed to be convinced that he gives a fuck about the West Bank? It's just politics. I don't believe it. So we'll follow up on that one. Let me get this here. No Justice MTG. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Tony Blair. Yeah, here we go. Big Keith is watching you. So she breaks it down really well. This digital ID stuff, we're not going to do the whole 40 minutes, trust me. Maybe 5-10 minutes of it. She does an excellent job breaking it down. And she's just so well informed, so plugged in to local UK politics. I don't see anyone else covering UK politics like she does. She does such an excellent job. So let's just watch a little bit of it. You'll see what I mean here.
This is a picture of the British Prime Minister. So on your screen right now, This is a picture of the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer at a conference with Mark Carney and Anthony Albanese. And this is the conference in which Keir Starmer revealed the plan to introduce mandatory digital ID cards called Brit cards in the UK. They're going to pass some kind of bill making it mandatory to be able to have access to some kind of digital ID on your smartphone. And he's done it on stage at a meeting of big world leaders. And the branding in the background, literally in the biggest letters in the background, is of the Labourite, Starmerite think tank Labour Together, which is quite literally, at time of recording, being investigated as part of an expose that had been done by a journalist called Paul Holden into donations that were given to Labour Together by millionaires and billionaires and business people and lobbyists.
The day that neoliberalism is actually defeated on the left, that when real leftists actually take over, take the reins from these neoliberals, will be a great, great day. If you're trying to tell me that isn't the goal, you're so wrong. We need to be weeding these people, this cancer, out of leftism. This endless compromise to the right has brought us nothing but misery, and we need to recognize the elephant in the room here. It's neoliberalism, and we got to do something about it.
That was not declared to the Electoral Commission in time. That Morgan McSweeney, the
now we're
at-time chair of Labour
pro-police
Together,
state over here on the left, huh?
Chief of Staff of Keir Starmer, was fined £14,000 or so. But there are some emails that make it look like that they were...
just calling them what they are isn't enough, Blase. We need to defeat them. You know what I mean? Like, we need to unify all the leftists, the Greens, the Social Democrats. Like, we need to get together and just, like, bop, 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 endlessly. Like, it's, you know how this project that we're seeing, the MAGA, has been like a multi-decade project for the right wing, the Heritage Foundation, right? They've been working, all these different foundations, working for decades and decades and decades towards this goal. We got to do that on the left. We have to, okay? We don't have to do it as shadowy and as like scary and dark money. We don't have to do all that. But we got to emulate some of the stuff that's worked for the right, and we got to start doing it ourselves here, because this is the destruction of the neoliberal order needs to be paramount to every leftist of every flavor, a true progressive leftist of every flavor, recognizing the danger of this neoliberal establishment, recognizing that it's the bulwark, it's the firewall against real leftism, that in that way that they help the right wing, right? We got to recognize these things, and we just need to mercilessly attack politically, and stay on that tip, and we just can't let off until we've finally made these people irrelevant. But it's really difficult, because we not only have to rhetorically convince people, we have to govern as well. Any opportunity we get a chance to leverage our political power, any opportunity we get a chance to actually govern, we have to govern correctly. We have to show that our policies and ideas are successful. And in a way, the right wing have kind of done something similar, right? They lied their way through it. As leftists, I assume we're not going to try to depend on a propaganda network that does nothing but lie to make up the difference. So that, it's harder. It's a harder thing. Not only do we need to promise the moon and the stars, we got to try to deliver some of that when we actually get into power. Unlike AOC letting Pramila Jayapal, oh, you don't need to leverage your political, don't leverage your political power. Don't try to pass the Build Back Better with infrastructure. We'll do it later. That is loser leftism. That's just neoliberalism in another, that's just capitulating to the neoliberal order. And I do think AOC would be even more popular now had she stuck her neck out and put her political career on the line, to really push to pass Build Back Better with the infrastructure bill, right? I mean, honestly, even she's still very popular amongst the progressive group, but she's become more and more like the DNC establishment. People are now just associating her with Hakeem Jeffries and the rest of them more and more. She's not really standing out. And by the way, who's taking the fucking spotlight? Gavin fucking Newsom. Are you kidding me? Gavin? Slick fucking Willie 2.0, right? Bill Clinton 2.0. Really? That's what we're offering? God help us all.
untoward in their explanation for the reason for the lack of declaration at the time. So it's being seen as a very shadowy group, because they are a shadowy group behind the current administration. And the digital ID
talking about
plan
labor together.
is essentially a redevelopment of a Blair era policy.
Great.
To introduce ID
Great.
cards that was very, very unpopular.
Tony
that was
fucking
canned
Blair,
by
man.
the coalition government, and one of the very few
Yeah.
good decisions that they made
He's
during
back.
their time post 2010 when they were in government
He's
as well.
fucking back.
And didn't you know the Tony Blair Institute, Tony Blair's think tank, that definitely doesn't get huge amounts of money from Saudi Arabia and AI companies and people who definitely have 100% entirely pure intentions in wanting to have access to a bunch of information
left.
infrastructure about British citizens, which are going to be pretty comprehensive in nature, were the ones who have been very heavily pushing for digital ID to get pushed in the UK. Now, they also published a poll showing that it's...
Show me your fucking papers. And she gets into this too. I listened to the whole thing. She gets into this, how like she's a trans person and how she's 100% convinced that, you know, eventually it's going to be, papers please if you want to enter this bathroom, and like have it, have a fucking government spy, classify her as a trans an individual that is trans. You can't use this shitter, can't use that shitter. Oh, it's their right. It's that business's right to ban trans people. Gives people the ick to poop in the same bathroom as a trans person. Oh my God. And she's like, yeah, no, they're going to start using digital ID. Papers, please. Use the shitter.
Overall kind of supported, but I have my doubts regardless. I'm clearly not a fan, in case you didn't realise in the way that I've been talking about this so far. But the reason why I wanted to push this, because the Tony Blair Institute is really close.
This is what a successful stream's chat looks like. Okay, no offense to everybody else here. I know you get me on the second screen and you're listening while you're doing something, but this is what a successful stream looks like. Not mine.
The Starmer administration, again, another shadowy and opaquely funded organisation being in charge of Keir Starmer and his policies, and very closely linked to Morgan McSweeney, his embattled chief of staff and architect of the plot to get rid of Jeremy Corbyn as leader of the party.
There's the curmudgeons.
The reason why I wanted to start with this very specific photo is that it really shows just how politically inept the Labour Party are under Keir Starmer and McSweeney in terms of messaging.
And once again, I keep making this, because of my perspective, because I was in the trenches. I went through the entire Barack Obama saga, and I saw this, the man with the amazing potential and the amazing rhetoric and the highs of the highs. And I saw the whole thing, crash and burn over that 8 years, the dropping of the bombs, corporate America, taking single payer off the table, etc. I saw the whole thing like this, oh, he's the next, MLK, he's the next liberal. He's going to fix some of these problems. And it was right into like Nixonian style politics. And he was utterly proud of his centrism. And I can't help it, like this, and what she's going to get into next, is like, I can't help but see the parallels of like neoliberalism just completely up its own ass. We're the adults in the room. We got a mandate, but no mandate. We don't really have to follow our manifesto because we're just not the Tories. But it's all falling apart. Obviously, you got much more clever media manipulators like Nigel Farage over here, taking full advantage of their incompetence, of Keir Starmer's political incompetence. This digital ID thing reeks of crusty ideas that do not reflect the times. And like, instead of going to the left, instead of saying like, we're going to tackle this from the left, we're going to, there's humane ways to handle the boats. We're going to intercept the boats. There's going to be a process, etc. Like there's humane and leftist ways to handle these situations off the table, not even considered. Oh, blase. What is it, like Nigel Farage just like blasting through the fucking roof? Is that what the polls are saying? Tory party completely decimated, the Labour Party, lagging behind?
There isn't an election tomorrow, and it's only one poll. But even so, are we on the cusp of a massive change in our...
Yes. So yes, yeah. Reform about to destroy British politics. Welcome to Brexit 2.0. Welcome to your version of fucking Trump, dude.
Politics. Sky News can now reveal the latest polling projection from YouGov. And here it is. It puts Reform UK on course to be the next government, and Nigel Farage, of course, to be the next Prime Minister. Reform UK, the largest party in a hung parliament, almost impossible to stop, going into number 10 with the results that you're just...
I can't stress this enough. This entire thing is made up of dummies and buffoons and grifters and unqualified quacks. Okay? It's populism run amok. There's no expertise here. It's greed and ignorance and like proud ignorance, you know, anti-medical, race, anti-brown. This is a nightmare. And who do we have to blame? Keir motherfucking Starmer. Don't you dare tell me anyone else is to blame here. The buck stops with you, Keir. Holy shit. What an epic political failure. Mind boggles. He's so cocky even now. He's so cocky. I know what I'm doing.
About to see. Right. First, I want to take you back to last July's general election to see just how much things have changed in a matter of months. You could barely see any light blue, that's Reform UK's colour. Labour, well, they're really dominant. Tories still very visible in their dark blue. Now,
right. Red is Labour, blue are the Tories. Okay, Tories are the Conservatives, Labours are supposedly lefties, but they're not. They're neoliberals, bordering on fucking conservatives at this point. Light blue was Reform. This was, I don't know what, last year?
I'm going to walk over here so you can see just how it's changed. And here it is. Look at this. So much light blue. It's really incredible. The North East, the East Midlands and Wales, all Reform UK dominated. Labour, driven back.
This is full control. This is Reform having complete control over the UK government. Barely a single peep in Parliament in opposition. This is a nightmare. This is an utter, total nightmare. Okay.
To a few heartlands, a third of their seats actually now would be in London. And the Tories, well, they're wiped out in the southwest and not even much dark blue in their southeastern heartlands. And so this is what the House of Commons would look like. And the party with the most seats, Nigel Farage's Reform, up to 311 seats. That's up 306. Incredible result for them. 144 seats for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. That would mean them losing 2/3 of their seats. As for Kemi Badenoch's Tories, down on 45 seats. That's pretty
Negative 200. And once again, reflections of Obama. What's one of the things that mainstream media refuses to criticize Obama for? But, maybe once in a while, an expert, so-called expert, will bring it up on MSNBC. But how many congressional seats, did Obama lose under his leadership? Was it like over 1,000 members of the House? Right, under his leadership, his party shrunk and shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. My God, man, my God. I mean, the only saving grace is that he has several years until the next election to turn this around. But the problem with Keir Starmer is that he doesn't change. Utterly, 100% totally convinced his farts don't stink. Waiting until the absolute last second to reverse some of his most unpopular ideas. Like the heating tax that old people were taking advantage of. Or the allowance, right? They were getting a benefit. Finally reverses that after Nigel Farage has wrung out every single drop of propaganda out of that heating allowance debacle. Does he finally reverse it? And Nigel Farage just hops on to the next talking point. So just real quick, let's just finish up with No Justice MTG and her thoughts. This photo that she talks about that perfectly exemplifies the problems within this party. And like, let me tell you, just like in the US, the only thing that they work harder on than, I don't know, working, pretending to work against conservative interests, the only thing that these neoliberals work harder on is destroying leftist resistance, destroying progressivism. That's like their number one thing that they always focus on. Who's coming at us from the left? Who's trying to take our job, trying to take over the narrative? Squash them out. Make sure that they don't have a microphone so people can hear how popular their ideas are. We can't have that. And what does it do? What does it do? Every single fucking time, it seems. What does it do? Open the door wide open for fascist conservative elements to take over using empty political rhetoric and promises. Have a beer with me. I'll fix your life. I hope stealing money and putting incredibly incompetent people, unqualified to be there in charge, is fixing your life, because that's what I actually plan on doing. I'm Nigel Farage. Have a pint with me. Man's going to ruin your fucking life. You know how I know? I'm going through it right now. Up there with Mark fucking Carney. Same fucking story, by the way. About to lose his fucking job to PP. PP, the fucking chihuahua over here, nipping at his heels. I mean, the second that motherfucker was back into Parliament, the bullshit machine cranking up. Yeah, you hate Farage? He's about to be the face of your country for who knows how fucking long. Who knows how long. Because leftists, when they lose, they don't get engaged, they go to sleep. And that's probably what's going to happen with UK politics. Leftists going to go to fucking sleep. Oh, Keir, we tried. We tried with Keir. Going to bed. Going to bed now. Needs to be the exact opposite, but
in terms of the reality of the kind of political environment that we currently live in, and just how totally missing the mark.
No, I appreciate that.
How totally missing the mark all of this is. It's like when Keir Starmer posted a picture of himself on Twitter next to Larry Fink from BlackRock, right? In the previous era of looking like you were close to power and close to business and close to the elite was a sign of prestige in politics. That time is over. And the kind of people they want to win over, because they're introducing digital ID more broadly, and I will get to the pros and cons of it later, but just in terms of the politics, they're doing it to, in their own words, crack down on people working illegally in this country, i.e. people who've arrived here as migrants and they've outstayed their visas, or they've arrived via regular means and haven't declared asylum and are working in the black market, would be some way depressed by the need to show digital ID when you are trying to apply for work. But the kind of people who are mad about asylum, the kind of people who are they're losing votes to reform, for example, especially on things like migration policy and the desire to crack down on asylum, one of the things that these people broadly believe, because Reform UK is the mainstream conspiracy theory party, is that Keir Starmer, former member of the Trilateral Commission, former director of public prosecutions, and someone who literally said that he preferred Davos to Westminster,
right?
They fundamentally believe that he's a deep state, New World Order, World Economic Forum, George Soros puppet who's an authoritarian who's trying to bring communism to Britain.
So you see what I mean? Like in a weird, twisted way, in America, the Tea Party was fighting against some of these moneyed elements, these entrenched GOP elements. The Boners, the Ryan, what's his nuts? I should probably have these names down. But the basic gist is that the Tea Party came in, these proto-MAGA elements came in and actually attacked GOP donors that refused to budge. You would see characters like Newt Gingrich and Rush Limbaugh criticize members of the Republican Party, saying, you're attacking your own. You shouldn't be doing that. You're helping the Democrats. And in some cases, they did help the Democrats. But what they were doing was destroying the old, right? And sometimes you got to take some hits, right, internally. So they did. And they installed their new way and have taken over the whole party. Oh, there's some, no, there isn't. We got 2 people, maybe, maybe 3. So, you know, I got to talk about my boy, Zoran Mom motherfucking Dami. It's the template, hashtag template. It's Zoran time. Where's my template over here? Where is it? There it is. He put out another banger video. I love these videos too, because it's like, it really is like well thought out. Hey, let's put a desk in an urban area, and I walk up and I sit down. I'm part of this city. I'll talk to you anywhere. You can see me. I'm part of this place. I'm not separated. I'm not a million miles away with, you know, a bunch of rich people. I'm right here in the streets. And let me give you a history lesson until it's done. Folks like Woke Patriot, their ears might have perked up. They might know what Until It's Done is all about. But here's Zoran Mamdani to give us a very important lesson on what Until It's Done means. Goddamn boss.
At 2 p.m. on October 26, 1916, the Vice Squad raided this unassuming building behind me. It took only a few minutes for officers to emerge, their arms full of confiscated contraceptives.
Donald Trump's going to arrest him.
Trailing them were 3 women in handcuffs, protesting loudly. One of them was Fania Mindell. The Brownsville Clinic had been open for all of 10 days before it was shut down. But those 10 days were historic. This was the first birth control clinic in America. Its very existence was revolutionary. The women arrested were the clinic's founders. 2 of them are well known, Ethel Byrne and her sister Margaret Sanger, who later founded Planned Parenthood before embracing eugenics. But few know about their partner Fania, a 22-year-old woman freshly arrived from Minsk, not yet an American citizen.
I like that he confronts that controversial bit of evidence related to Planned Parenthood. She did something really great and then fell off the deep end. That is pretty wild.
Founded Planned Parenthood before embracing eugenics. But few know about their partner Fania, a 22-year-old woman freshly arrived from Minsk, not yet an American citizen. Mindell was fluent in the Yiddish that many women spoke on these streets, and she translated pamphlets into words they could understand. When over 100 women visited the clinic on its opening day, it was because Mindell had shown them the way. In 1916, Brownsville was one of the poorest neighborhoods in New York. Birth control and abortion were illegal, and unwanted pregnancies were common among the young immigrants who lived here. Those who walked through the clinic's doors were taking a huge risk, but they had nowhere else to turn. 109 years later, Brownsville has changed. Instead of Jewish and Italian immigrants, this community is predominantly black today, yet much remains the same. Brownsville is the poorest neighborhood in Brooklyn, and still, too many mothers have nowhere to turn. No,
that's hilarious. This guy has no idea what the fuck's going on right now. He's like literally doing a job. That's great. He literally just plopped a desk down and started doing in front of like just somebody do this. Wild. That's just so cool. That's so fucking cool, man. You know, I get it. It's politics. I know when he's gonna when he gets in there, if he gets in there, he's not gonna be perfect. He's not fucking Jesus. Okay, I get it. But God, I can't help it. I can't help but love this man. I am in love. I am in political love. Okay? I haven't felt this way since Obama, the first like day I learned about him. Then a couple weeks later, I was like, oh, okay. Right? But God, this guy fucking rules, man.
Poorest neighborhood in Brooklyn. And still, too many mothers have nowhere to turn. No neighborhood has a higher rate of pregnancy-associated deaths than Brownsville. 146.9 of every 100,000 live births. That pain isn't limited to East Brooklyn. Black women in New York are 9 times more likely to die of pregnancy-related causes than white women. None of this is accidental. While Fania Mindell extended care to all New Yorkers, others, like Sanger, believed that only some people were fit to have children. The racism that clouded the birth control movement permeated deep into maternal health.
Damn.
To this day, we reckon...
Damn, he doesn't run from controversy. He doesn't run from that. He faces it head on. He's got sack. He's not sitting on a chair, folks. It's just sack. I'm telling you. What politician has had the cojones?
The lasting toll it inflicted. We have the power to stop this suffering. My administration will provide new mothers with baby baskets proven to improve health outcomes and expand home visit programs to coordinate postpartum care.
And that's so smart to do the baby basket thing because, like, that's a viral thing that went, like, viral, like, last year. Mothers from other countries like South Korea and, you know, Norway and stuff saying, like, look at this awesome thing I got from the government that, you know, it's got diapers and it's like a whole mommy kit. Here's some here's a VHS tape on how to change a diaper. You know, it's got the whole thing, all of the stuff that you need. Even you can use the box as like a baby basket if you're desperate, right? It's the whole fucking kit and caboodle. That went viral last year. So people, you know, they recognize that and they're like, and also it's something that happens like day one, put me in charge. You get this thing, you get this benefit. This is how your life changes. You put me in charge. Okay. It's concrete. It's physical. It's there. It's like, it's not just a handout. It's not a gift. It's something that makes a lot of sense. When you're having a baby, you're like, oh my God, I could use all the help I can get. And you're actually quite surprised at what little help you do get. And how much you have to fight. And you're like, wait a minute, this is incredibly difficult and also incredibly important to mankind's survival. Why are we not supporting this more?
And we'll make midwives and doula care more accessible. I'll take a look, B-Reed. After Fania Mindell was driven to jail, I imagine a heavy silence hung low here at 46 Amboy Street. It was the silence of a question unanswered. Who now would look out for those struggling the most? We can answer that question in our time, together.
Wow. Holy cow. Holy cow, dude. He's the template. He's rewriting the rules. He's showing us the way. He's showing us how progressive democratic socialist politics can win in America. Okay? If we don't follow his lesson, we don't deserve power. Okay, we don't have an excuse anymore. Like, oh, I don't know who. Like, oh, we need a cult of personality. We need the new thing. Zoran's the new thing. He can never be president. That's actually might be a good thing because that said, you know, look, we need more. We need more Zorans. Get your ass out there. Start getting informed for the love of God. Let me tell you something. Zoran's cracked a few books. You sit him down in front of a reporter ready to fire off gotcha questions. He has answers to all of them. An 11-year-old. Okay, thank you, nerd. If we don't follow Zoran's example, we don't deserve to govern. He's the template. He's the blueprint that we need to be following if we want to win in America as democratic socialists. And don't tell me, oh, it's New York, it can't work anywhere. Bernie Sanders, to this day, gets standing ovations from conservative audiences, giving his standard 30-year-old, 40-year-old socialist stump speech. Okay? So don't tell me socialist politics doesn't work in the rural neighborhoods. They're hurting bad. They're actually. And they are desperate for a ray of sunshine to come in and say, I am ready to fix your problems. So take that shit right to the shed, boy. Anyway, Strategy member is a fan of this frighteningly enthusiastic nerd who is doing an excellent job covering this, you know, several news topics, going viral, talking about socialist politics, talking about issues that are affecting black people, et cetera, et cetera. And he does it in his own style. That's very, you know, I'm a nerd and I'm proud of it. This is my identity. And I ask you in the chat, would you have the nutsack to dress like this and do serious politics? Do you have the sack? I don't have the sack. I'm not wearing the horns. It's just not happening. I'm too cool to do that. This guy, he's like, this is me, man. This is me. I am a cartoon creature, but I still live here, and I'm going to cover things that are important to me. Let's go. So, enjoy.
11-year-old protected his school from a classmate. An 11-year-old protected his school from a classmate with a loaded weapon, and the school expelled him. When a 7th grade performing arts student was asked to hold a weapon by one of his classmates, he had a choice to make. According to his mother, he didn't want the other kid to keep it in their possession, but he was afraid what would happen to himself if he showed it to a member of the administration. So he removed the ammunition and placed it somewhere he didn't think anything bad would happen. And since he didn't report the weapon in a fast enough period of time, he's barred from attending schools in his district both in person and online. I don't think an 11-year-old that didn't make the exactly correct decision in a very scary situation deserves to lose access to his education.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, he's lying. He's lying. It's an 11-year-old child in a very stressful situation, making, you know, his heart was in the right place, but he didn't make the perfect decision. Should he be punished so critically? No, absolutely not. It's totally ridiculous. And I would like to point out that if this was a white kid in a different neighborhood, in a different school district, things that would likely be handled differently. Black children are all too often treated like convicted criminals, you know? Bunch of little Tupacs running around, can't have that. And that's where things like CRT come in, because it's like a lot of the time the people administering these rules and laws are black people themselves. And it goes deeper. It goes deeper than just, you know, one person's racial hatred. It's a systemic thing. Black children are systemically treated more harshly than white children. And it goes beyond just a single individual's hate. It's systemic. And that's why stuff like CRT is so important, because it delves deep into what are the systemic causes behind this phenomenon, right? And tries to figure that out. Can't have that. Can't have that. Racism doesn't exist. But you're a bigot if you don't like me because I'm racist. Anyway, welcome back, female eunuchs. Good to see you.
There are many stories of tragic things that happen to black boys that...
And we got Trayvon Martin there. I don't recognize this fella here. If someone does, you know, let it be known in the chat there. But I believe that's Trayvon Martin, I believe.
Were suspected to have weapons. And people still try to justify what happened to them, so it makes perfect sense for him.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken. I recognize that child's face, though. Who is that? That isn't Trayvon Martin. Maybe I'm wrong. God damn it. Now I'm racist. Shit. I should just shut my fucking mouth.
Tragic things that happened to black boys that were suspected to have weapons.
Right.
And people still try to justify what happened to them, so it makes perfect sense for him to have been afraid of what would happen. The school district says their decision has been made despite appeals from his mother, but I think they should reconsider. An 11-year-old protected his...
Right. I agree totally with the nerd. 100%. Okay. That is a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure T-shirt that has a lot of love. Okay, this is a well-worn JoJo's Bizarre Adventure T-shirt. Okay, this is the real deal. This guy's the real deal. Okay, and you know what? Look, there's an audience for it. People need to hear this. Young people like this kind of stuff. You know, I'm fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. You know, maybe it's not for me, but it's for somebody, and his heart's in the right place, and he's totally correct, and you know, I agree with his assessment. So it's good stuff. There's actually a strange phenomenon in Finland where women get better grades in universities because teachers expect more from girls during school. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. So some red meat for everybody. I know you guys. I hate this kind of shit, but I know people love it. Piers Morgan stirring up shit, and here's everyone's favorite Cumtown podcaster, Adam Freeland, who, you know, I mean, it's all fun and games. You know what? It's just like I said, the main host of Cumtown, Nick something, I can't remember his last name. Nick Cumtown, maybe that's what it is. It's named after him. Maybe his last name's Cumtown. That's the joke. But Nick is more nihilistic than I prefer. But Adam Freeland is not nihilistic. He's pretty nice guy, pretty funny dude. I think he's a positive voice for Judaism. You know, young, positive voice for Judaism. Yep, nihilism mentioned. But I think Adam Freeland, if he's got sack, right? He's willing to get in front of a camera and push back against Zionism. And I think he's a good voice. I think he's a good voice. I think he is. He's a good Jewish boy. I do. I think he's a good voice for pushing back against the Zionist narrative that Judaism and Zionism, there's no difference. There's no space between them. Let's go ahead and watch this. Pretty funny stuff. Piers Morgan, the master, the goddamn ladle in the pot of shit, stirring it eternally. Piers Morgan. Here we go. And some other hacks. Tim fucking Pool, this C-list actor that was in like 2 movies for 3 seconds. This bitch. I don't know what. I mean, what can I say? I mean, look at her. Okay. Anyway, let's continue before I get fucking canceled.
Adam Freeland. I interviewed Jay Leno about a year and a half ago, and he was really interesting about.
Wow.
Yeah, it was actually great. I went to his car garage in LA. We had a great few hours. I loved him. But what I liked about what he said was, he believed in like teasing and gently mocking all politicians from all sides. And he talked about the kind of real sort of golden period of Johnny Carson. Nobody knew Johnny Carson's politics at all. And yet, if you've watched late night comedy in America in the last
is this media personality making the argument that media personalities shouldn't have political opinions? Right? Is he really making like, the sports person argument? Oh, they're football players shouldn't have political opinions. They should just play the game. Now that's what we're saying for all media now? Really, Piers? God damn, he's such a fucking embarrassment.
Years since Trump became a politician, all of them, almost two. I mean, they're all middle-aged white guys, which always makes me laugh when you think about the diversity push, which never seemed to attack.
Oh, I see. He's criticizing the right-wing talking head phenomenon. Okay, that's even more ironic. Okay. Even more ironic and shameless. Like, I think I kind of agree with this guy's face. Is this John something or other? Is he actually a right-winger or is he a left-winger? I can't. But this face, it's like, Piers, really? The pot is calling the kettle.
Late night comedy. But they all, to me, developed an increasing loathing of Trump, which began to really distort what their actual job was.
Okay. I paused this too many times. Holy shit. He's talking about the scary left-wingers like Caitlin Collins on CNN and Wolf Blitzer and all the other, and Tapper Jake, who are so anti-Trump. They're so obsessed with Trump and criticizing Trump. Wow. Okay, let's just start over from the beginning. No pauses. Piers is such a piece of fucking work. He finally believes Palestinians are human beings because he literally has no fucking choice. Israel has made it official policy to genocide the Palestinians, and he just simply doesn't have the energy to defend this anymore. But all the other right-wing lies and bullshit, it's all still there. He's still Piers Morgan, slimy as shit. Let's go.
Adam Freeland, I interviewed Jay Leno about a year and a half ago, and he was really interesting about.
Wow.
Yeah, it was actually great. I went to his car garage in LA. We had a great few hours. I loved him. But what I liked about what he said was, he believed in like teasing and gently mocking all politicians from all sides.
Correct.
And he talked about the kind of real sort of golden period of Johnny Carson. Nobody knew Johnny Carson's politics at all. And yet, if you've watched late night comedy,
Jimmy Kimmel and Colbert and The Daily Show, all the shows were making fun of Biden. All the shows were making fun of Biden. Is he really trying to say one side, they only make fun of one side? They were all over Biden.
In America in the last 10 years, since Trump became a politician, all of them, almost two, I mean, they're all middle-aged white guys, which always makes me laugh when you think about the diversity push, which never seemed to attack late night comedy. But they all, to me, developed an increasing loathing of Trump, which began to really distort what their actual job was, which was to make Americans laugh late at night. I stopped watching them quite a long time ago. I could not watch it. Jimmy Fallon, I would kind of keep out of this. I think he's always been a lighter touch, but I think Kimmel and I think Colbert in particular, they really went hard in the anti-Trump rhetoric. The View.
They make fun of my guy. They make fun of the guy. They don't. They're just not nice to him. They're just not nice to my politician, my incredibly fascist right-wing politician. They're not nice to him. If they could just understand the argument against brown people being in our country, then they wouldn't make so much fun of them, and it wouldn't, you just need to ignore all of Trump's problems. It's unfair to point out how authoritarian he is. It's just unfair.
Doesn't have alternate views, has one view. They all hate Trump. They all came out in black funereal clothes after he won again. And I don't think these serve their viewers, and I don't think they serve their companies. But I also feel uneasy, as Kat said, about the FCC poking its nose publicly into making not even veiled threats, but direct threats that if ABC, Disney didn't take action against Kimmel, then they were going to pay the consequences. So where do you sit with all this?
Listen, I'm new to your audience, so just to introduce myself, I am a tell it like it is comedian, and no one's safe from my jokes, be it bratty kids, celebrities, politicians, people that just walk by. They're all fair game, but it is still deeply unconstitutional and immoral for the president to silence his enemies. But I think what's important now, especially because it's so crazy right now, is that we zoom out as like people, like human beings. And like, there's a lot of kind of empathy being expressed towards Kimmel right now. But where's the empathy for Donald Trump? Certainly what it seems like to me is that he feels like he's been bullied. And I've been a victim of bullying my entire life, and still I am regularly. I'm on the internet. But I've always said to my bullies, like, while it's disrespectful, rude, hurtful for them to be saying that, I support their constitutional right to be saying things about me that aren't true. So, previous Democratic administrations have gotten the same treatment from conservative comics like Dennis Miller, Michael Richards, Kill Tony. I'm sure a lot of that caused Joe Biden a lot of pain, but never were their constitutional rights violated by the executive branch of the government. And I think that is what the clear difference is here. And I think for all of us as a culture, we have to ask ourselves, like, is the president suffering right now from being made fun of? And the truth is this, like 30% of Americans suffer from depression, and there's a stigma. And if that is indeed true, like he should feel equipped to get help. And it is
all right, I detect a slight sarcasm to your
I'm not. No.
Well, no,
listen,
here's the point I've made. I don't think Trump feels bullied or hurt or any of those things. I think what he feels.
No, it's unfair. I thought it was unfair. It's unfair. It's so unfair. You can't say things. You can't say bad things about me. 96%. They say bad things. They turn a good thing like taxing the American public to oblivion with tariffs that aren't taxes. Then they call the tariff taxes that are obviously taxes. Then we're taxing the farmers so bad with tariffs, we're going to give some relief from the tariffs back to the farmers because this makes a lot of sense.
Here's what I think he feels. So he actually spelled it out in the last few days.
It's not fair.
There's no doubt, as he said, that about 99% of all the coverage of Trump on all these late night shows and The View and all these other mainstream media.
Are you Piers Morgan taking it straight at face value? Well, that's a legitimate concern. Blah, blah, blah. This man's in media, has made his whole career. Why does he feel comfortable saying that? Because I'm on the right side. I'm on the winning side. I'm on the side that's going to allow. I'm still going to keep my show. All the other wokesters are going to lose their show. This motherfucking careerist pile of shit, dude. Piece of shit.
Shows has been Trump bashing. It's never been that percentage historically with anybody else. It was never like that with Obama. It wasn't like it with Reagan. It wasn't like it with Clinton.
Seneca.
It's never been so skewed. I think Donald Trump brings a lot of it on himself, but I also think there's no doubt, no one can argue to me sensibly, that Trump has not had a more relentlessly vicious, negative treatment from shows that used to be much more bipartisan in their mockery than Trump. So I think that all these things can be true. Right? But
And he also comes from television, right? And so it's something that he pays close attention to.
Yeah.
Ratings, he talks about they're being very unfair to me, unfair treatment. This is something that he is like.
He's such a fucking dunce, Tim Pool. He's literally actually dumb.
Locked in on constantly. So, I mean, to some extent, if these are low-rated shows that are taking jabs at him, vicious jabs sometimes, that doesn't really pose much of a threat to his power if not a lot of people are watching them. But for him, it's something that he's like zoned in on, perhaps.
Okay, well,
and that's what happened with Jim.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's complicated with Jimmy Kimmel. John Thug saying
it's complicated. You know, you would think just a modicum of solidarity from a guy that's in the same fucking industry. No, right in the back, stab right in the back. It's complicated with Jimmy. You know, you can only believe that if you believe the lies that what he said was inaccurate or that what he said was anti-Charlie Kirk. And by the way, to Jimmy Kimmel, who fucking bust out in tears talking about Charlie Kirk, what good did that do you? What good did that, okay, thank you for having my job back, thank you. What good did that actually do? Because like here's Piers Morgan ignoring all of that and just assuming that you don't like Charlie Kirk, you're part of the left, you're part of the Antifa left that hates Charlie Kirk. So what good did it do you, Jimmy? I guess there's the possibility that he was showing real human emotion. Maybe. Fine. So we already saw the Sky News report on this, but there's more information here if you want it. I'll give you the link. Brokeonomics. I'm not sure who pays for this. Is this Reddit? I don't know. The Epstein grift implodes. Elon Musk and Steve Bannon named in new files as Trump panics. Is he though? Does hitting the Diet Coke button more than one time count as panic? You know what I mean? Is this man really panicked? Everything is going his way. He's Mary fucking Tyler Moore. Okay, he's spinning in a sundress in downtown Manhattan. Okay, the world's in his fucking hands. Entire world's his goddamn oyster. He's panicking now? Okay, sure. Here he is bragging about making the National Guard pick up paper and clean. And no offense to the janitors across the world, but I did not want the government to take my taxpayer dollars to train individuals to rescue and save people and be the last line of defense in case of a foreign invasion. I did not train those individuals to do that work, to then have some bloated, pampered moron treat them like custodians. It's an insult. It's an insult to the organization. It's an insult to the fucking uniform. It's an insult to the rank. And I'm not trying to insult the industry, right? Because, I actually have a lot of respect for sanitation engineers, for people who do the hard work, keeping things clean. But I'm not going to sit here and take this as anything other than a fucking insult. And quite frankly, to the men and women in that uniform being asked to do this, I implore you to stand down, take that uniform off, and quit. Oh, they won't let me. I signed a thing. I'll be court-martialed. Then be court-martialed. Quit. Leave. Refuse to do this. Protest. For the love of all that is holy, stop what you are doing and protest this. It is everything we have fought against. I'm talking millions of Americans throughout America's history fighting for democracy, fighting for liberty, fighting against fascism and authoritarianism. Here he is bragging about this atrocity.
One other thing, I drove around Washington over the weekend and I said...
Maybe atrocity is too strong. This disgusting display.
One other thing, I drove around Washington over the weekend and I said, look at the difference. The grass looked great. Everything looked great. You know, we had a lot of our National Guard and we didn't ask them to do it. They did it themselves. They're proud. They're great. And
they're bored out of their fucking minds. And they're like, I'm just standing here for hours doing nothing. I guess I'll go pick up some trash.
They were picking up paper. They were cleaning. The place looked really beautiful.
Welcome back, Ponder Monkey. Appreciate it. Thank you. Quite frankly, this is the easiest job in the world, you know? This horror show. I feel like the fucking Crypt Keeper. Here's the next story of woe and terror. This pedophile's coming after your daughter. So talking about a sexual deviant. This is the fucking politician that got busted looking at porno. He's just a sexual deviant, folks. He's not a pedophile. I think he was looking at legal porno on his cell phone. And of course, religious Christian extremist, right? This is the guy that wanted to put the Trump Bible in every classroom, had a bunch of crazy fascistic ideas for what he wanted to do. Crazy, hyper Trump MAGA. Wanted to turn your kid into a Christian. If it was up to him, he'd probably stone and fucking, bury up to their neck and stone gay people. Like, really, just on that level. Busted watching porno in the halls of government, right? So he's had to step down, and now he's joining some lobbyist company, right? He's gonna, wait until the heat dies down. A couple years later, he'll be running for re-election. I went to a place for 3 months, and I went to a sexual addiction camp for 3 months. I promise I'm good now. I guarantee you, this isn't the last we've seen of this fucking scumbag.
So Ryan, you just mentioned online that you're going to work for this non-teachers union. What do you want to say?
Right, so that's the thing that he's running off to wash his image, right? Like I said, he'll be right back.
To Oklahomans who might feel like you're bailing out on them. Can you tell us when you're stepping down and when this job is coming to a close for you? We have to ask when this relationship started because it seems like you've been pushing kind of this job for some time now. Did it interfere with your job for Oklahoma?
She's all over it. That's a pro right there. Silence. Fucking silence. Haven't seen one of those in a while, huh? Reporter chasing down a politician clearly busted. Yeah, I bet you Abiri. I bet you it was big booty black porn too. I bet you it was something really juicy and ethnic. Yep, couldn't wait. They're all like this. They're all like this, right? They're all like this. These religious guys, desperately needing to bust a nut, desperate. They all turn into weird sex weirdos. Okay, you close those doors. Watch out, man. They got a bunch of fucking mommy issues. Yeah, of course, Grindr activities skyrocketing anytime there's a Republican conference. That is not a lie. So you guys are going to love this. This is great. It's an absolute slapping banger, and it's totally accurate as well. This is about real estate and how the boomer generation have turned real estate into what it is today. This, like I said, this is an absolute slapper. All right, prepare your eardrums. We're gonna fucking enjoy this one. Trust me.
Economy is ruined, middle class doomed. Inflation to the moon, but boomers gonna boom. Can I read the room? Allergic to the truth, condescending attitude. Yeah, boomers gonna boom. We just worked harder for our money and we saved it. My 30K job got a house and vacation. So what is your excuse? Let's blame it on the youth while we hoarding all the loot. Yeah, boomers gonna boom. Born into a system built for us to win. Acting like we earned it when it wasn't ever did. But we didn't pass it down, we dismantled it. The first generation doing better than our kids. Pay it forward, nah, I'ma get a Porsche. Watch them struggle for basic things we could afford. Pretend paychecks cover what they did before. Totally ignore the policies that we implored. A house used to be a home, now it's an investment. A business model that we invented. But we're the only age group that are protected. Then turn around and lecture our kids for renting. Show us proof, won't believe it. Say we had advantages, nah, that can't be it. You can show us stats, percentages, and facts like a menu at a restaurant, we just can't see it. We'll just respond with something at a touch. Blame avocado toast or coffee from Starbucks. Just please don't call our bluff, cause if you add that up 10 years without that stuff, it still won't be enough. Gaslight our children, tell them work more. Benefit from all the debt that they'll pay for. Tell my realtor, hell no, I want more. Let's make a young family trying to make it have a bidding war.
Boom, dude. How about that? Woo, dude, guy is spitting pure lava. Okay. Am I allowed to say off the chain? No, I'm not. Don't do that. Please don't say that. Okay, I won't. I won't. It's very, very good. Indeed. Very, very good indeed, fellow white person who enjoys rap music. I agree, indeed. Excelsior. MC Truth. So I don't know who that is. Here's the link. I don't know who this guy is, but I love him. Okay. Album of the year, song of the year. That shit was a total banger. And I love, just like the flow was good. The lyrics were on point. It doesn't have to be this corny, like positivity rap, hippity hoppity, do something for society, hippity, like it doesn't have to be lame. Like it could be a real banger, right? He's in disguise for a reason. Only part he's missing is where they vote entire democracy away just to keep you from getting Social Security. I mean, he does mention like dismantling, but yeah. I'm kind of curious. I'd like to see more of his work. Him talking about other subjects. Does anyone remember Rap News? Does anyone remember that YouTube phenomenon for a little bit? Rap News. That shit was so cool. It got pretty like spooky Illuminati in some places, right? Kind of like, okay, Bilderberg group kind of shit, right? But it was so much fun, like seeing these topical things like rapped out in this big rap battle. It was really cool. Anyway, moving on. Hope you enjoyed that. This is a different guy. This guy's a pedophile. GOP, this, update to pedocons, pedo Republicans. GOP lawmaker with quote unquote Joe Biden 69. Hilarious. Good stuff, guys. You really knocked him dead. Screen name to plead guilty to sharing child sex abuse videos. So not only is he seeking this stuff out, not only is he downloading it, but then he's sharing it. He's participating in these communities, which is, you got to, you don't just stumble upon that stuff, okay? You got to really work that out to find it, seek it out. Pretty disgusting stuff. Like, we got a very sick individual, of course. Yet again, another Republican. I'm sure there are left-wing pedophiles, right? But they're so goddamn rare compared to the Republicans. What is this, once a month? We get one of these? Anybody else following the news, seeing a trend? About once a month we get one of these assholes. Quietly shuffled away by the party. Soon they're just not going to care. Soon this will be just like any other sex scandal. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. And, okay. Soon this will be normalized. It's like, oh, come on, that's ridiculous. Child sex abuse being normalized in the government and publicly. No, you're crazy. It's going to happen. Okay, and frighteningly, the Republican Party is aware of this, and they're actually actively, some of them at least, are actively trying to normalize this behavior in their party, but also in society. We see them, lowering the age of consent, lowering the age that a person can get married to a young person, right? I reported on that a couple months ago, I believe. Article right here if you want to know more about this pedophile. Go nuts. Breaking U.S. military officials are preparing options to conduct airstrikes on mainland Venezuela. So, you know, I don't know if you've heard, I have, if I will ever get to it, I have Pete Hegseth news where he, you know, he's talking about bringing all the generals, collecting all the generals in a special meeting. And is it over here? Let me see if I can find this. We got to talk about Petey Boy. That's a good video. I should play that one. That is a good one. Ooh, these are good videos. Boy, yeah, here we go. My PD news. I love this. Yay, war! Yay! I'm war man. Department of War. Yay! Let's go. I love it. Completely in over his head, this fucking toddler. So no, in response to this, in response to Secretary Hegseth over here, under my direction, so he's over here rewriting history. An American atrocity is now a heroic event. This, if you don't know what the Battle of Wounded Knee was, I believe American soldiers shot women and children. Some incredibly stupid bullshit. Look it up. It's a massive atrocity. We should be apologizing. Instead, Pete Hegseth over here, saying that didn't actually happen. We were actual heroes, and anyone involved in it, is going to get a medal, et cetera, et cetera. Who cares, really? We can always fix this. It's disgusting, but we can fix this, right? This is something we can just undo. Patrick Wyman saying he's basically actively evil at this point, right? Looking at past atrocities. Are we going to do the My Lai massacre next? You know what I mean? Is that what's next? We're going to reinvent what happened in Waco, Texas with the ATF. We're going to reinvent that one. How about Penn State, right? Oh, that was a member of Antifa. That was a member of Antifa. Anyway, so this psycho motherfucker has called in all the generals from everywhere in almost unprecedented meeting. Like this stuff doesn't happen normally. Usually it's just, people video call in and stuff, but he's calling everybody in. Okay. He's calling everybody in, and it looks like the reason why is that he said, you need to get your mind right. We're about to attack Venezuela. Are we going to do a Bay of Pigs? Are we going to invade? I don't know. But I think he's gathering all these generals together to tell them we're about to open up war with Venezuela. Quite frankly, I mean, I don't think the Venezuelan army can stand up to the United States Army, so it might be like a Desert Storm situation, like 2-3 weeks. I don't know. Are the Venezuelan people capable of guerrilla style, Vietnam style, Vietnamese warfare? You know what I mean? Like, because that's the only way. Are they prepared like the Taliban and other, you know what I mean? Like it could very, like they might be doing this because it could actually just be very easy for them to roll in there and take it over, install a government, and then leave. And then they'll be like, see, we took up, that's how we do things. We're just big ballers, just big ballers. Maybe, but I think that's what's going on with Pete, with Mr. War over there calling in the generals. I think he's telling them to get their mind right about Venezuela, which is frightening stuff, right? Because it's not enough. It's not enough. The economic damage, the damage to the government, all the damage that they've already done to the army, renaming this and firing all these people and, de-wokifying it, etc. It's not enough. Now we need our war. Now we need, Department of War has got to have a war. I'm a fan of the guerrilla warfare. Fun times. I would also like to go to the guerrilla warfare. That's funny. Right? So the Department of War wants a war. Here we go. Hey, B-Ree, it's so nice to have you around. Thank you so much for coming in. You have yourself a good Saturday, a good weekend. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow if I'm on. Take care of yourself. Venezuela's primary export is mineral fuels, especially crude oil, which dominates its trade, accounting for the vast majority of its export earnings and exports. Other significant exports include iron and steel, organic chemicals, and fish and seafood. That doesn't sound too valuable for the United States. It's crude oil. I guess it's just, that's the main thing. The oil. And remember, Donald Trump has said in the past about Iraq and Afghanistan, why didn't we steal the oil? We went there, we invaded, we didn't take anything. Why didn't we take the oil? I don't get it. We took over the whole place. We didn't take it. How come? Like, what does he think? He just gets to keep it? This is mine now. Close to Guyana, loaded with minerals. Yeah, so there's some precious metals and minerals there. So here's that proof Peter Thiel, Elon Musk connection. We all know these guys are connected. Elon, Peter Thiel, right? There, it's the, Jeffrey Epstein, right? We know, right? It's no surprise to me. I'm not surprised. Steve Bannon, not surprised at all. Not in the slightest. What we don't know is, was the relationship just, hide my money, or was it, give me the special treatment? Peter, we have no proof that Thiel went to the island, but we have proof that Elon went to the island. And you're not going to the island just to, help me out with my taxes, help me out with some finances. I don't care how rich you are. You're going to the island for services. Special treatment. You know what I'm talking about, QDT. Breaking news from TNR over here. This is why ICE agents shouldn't be allowed to wear masks. So yeah, you bet. You guessed it. Women are getting assaulted. Women are getting kidnapped and assaulted. Legitimate ICE agents or not. Wow, who could have predicted this? So an ICE agent has been, quote unquote, relieved of his duties. So I guess this is the line, overt rape. Better change that, Donald. After he was caught on camera assaulting a woman in a Manhattan immigration court. DHS has announced. This guy's in a court of law. This guy, this guy's trying to rape somebody before they see the judge. Although the agency won't say if he's been suspended or fired. Relieved of his duties, huh? And how do we know who the hell this person is? This criminal, this sex pest, sexual assaulter roaming our streets. We don't get to know who this person is. We're just going to protect him like the Catholic Church protects pedophiles. Is that what we're doing? Yep. Oh, yep. Great. So if I'm a criminal that wants to, grope somebody, I can just sign up for ICE and then the whole institution will protect me? Yep, pretty much, yeah. Great, cool. Sign me up. Capitol Hunters here pointing something out. I was talking about this a little earlier. Is it 100K? I think that's too high. I think it's like 30K or something. 30K or 50K signing bonus. But anyway, Capitol Hunters pointing something out that I was talking about earlier today. Stephen Miller here seems to be like a Dick Cheney character. He's got a lot of control. He's got a lot of autonomy. Seems to be doing stuff. 30K, just turned it down. Seneca, oh, you tried? Yeah. I'm tempted to do like an expose, right? But I would like to secure the bonus, I would have to oppress people. Because I would probably have to do the job long enough, So it's tempting though, because they're giving money to anybody. Maximum up to 50, right? Anyway, back to this. Stephen Miller over here, kind of governing way above his pay grade. Like he shouldn't be making these decisions, making these statements. But he is. It really does seem. And like we have a situation like with Hyundai where Stephen Miller and Tom Hooman, acting independently of Donald Trump's interests, takes out this battery plant, after Donald Trump secures the deal. Like you would think he would be furious. right? Stephen, you went way above. You shouldn't be doing that. You should have checked with me. Totally screwed me over, right? Should be like, is probably fired, right? You would think. But it's all good. Not even a slap on the wrist. I love him. Stephen Miller's great. Hardworking patriot. And I think it's the case of Donald Trump being incapable of doing real work. So when an enthusiastic fascist is around him and he's like, yeah, I'll do this, I'll do that, and we'll enact all this and we'll give you all the power. You'll be the ultimate emperor of America. Just let me work away and toil away. Donald Trump's like, great, perfect. He's loyal and he's going to secure my empire forever. I don't have to think about it. I can just watch CNN and bitch and moan like I normally do. I put the smart fascist in there. He's taking care of it. So here's Stephen Miller here. We're witnessing domestic terrorist sedition against the federal government. The JTTF has been dispatched by the Attorney General pursuant to NSPM 7. All necessary resources will be utilized. Cool. Stephen Miller is posting on a Friday night about mysterious ongoing terrorist acts like he's announcing from the Situation Room. Remind us again who's running our country. Miller's not even Trump's chief of staff. He's the deputy chief of staff. When in history has the president's deputy chief of staff made a solo public announcement about urgent responses to ongoing terrorist attacks? Never. Which means probably that this is just BS, but also why has no one in the actual line of succession reined Miller in? Indeed. Splendivania. Yeah, Sapien. So this is really telling, right? He's up his own ass, right? Thinks he's a fucking secret agent man. But also, no one's reining him in. And he's already, it's like hurting Trump's agenda in some cases. Hey, Stephen, hey, Tom, slow down with the farmers. Yeah, we're kind of putting our farmers out of business by the thousands. It's not my soybean tariffs. It's not my tariffs on China and the soybean. That's not my fault. It's you guys. Come on, slow it down. Stephen Miller's like, nah, fuck no, Zeke Heil. Okay, well, thanks, Stephen. So here he is. So this is, there's two things to see in this video. One, Trump's, of course, blatant racism against brown people, in this case, Ilham Omar, talking about she needs to go back home. She's an American. Okay. Naturalized citizen, I think naturalized or I'm not sure if she was born here or immigrated here, probably immigrated. She's a citizen. Paperwork. She's got her paperwork. Donald Trump, send her back home. Doesn't count. And birthright citizenship. Only real Americans like me. Splendvania. What elections? Who cares? Republican right-wingers don't care about elections. J.D. Vance doesn't give a shit about an election. They're stealing it. They're going to do it shamelessly. So that's the first thing I want you to see is the racism, the bigotry. The second thing you need to see, the groveling. First of all, the camera angle, which highlights these people. So it's intentional, performative groveling in front of Trump. He wants this. And look at how willing they all are. Kash Patel with the gooniest looking face. Kind of hard to see. I'll try to increase it here so you can get a good look at it. But the pathetic groveling. Ha ha ha, you're so funny, sir. You're so funny. Ha 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 ha. He demands this. If you don't give this to him, you're fired. You're out of here. You're out of the circle. You're not in. So you know what that means. These are some of the most disgusting, deviant, bootlicking, shameless individuals on planet Earth. That's what this means. Scum of scum. And look at this. Look at this interaction.
And I met the head of Somalia. Did you know that? And I suggested that maybe he'd like to take her back.
He said, I'd met the head of Somalia, and I suggested that maybe they'd want to take her back.
He said, I don't want to. Okay, what else? You want to?
He said, I don't want to. Look at J.D. Vance just doubling over. The performance.
He said, I don't want to. Okay, what else? You want to?
Wow. Wow. Shameful doesn't even really begin to describe it. It just really doesn't. I can't find the words. Let me just fix this here real quick. Here, 1 second. There we go. That's the one I'm looking for. JD is the Antichrist. I say that kind of half joking. I think Peter Thiel thinks JD Vance is the Antichrist. Possible. He's probably got a couple eggs in that basket. Yeah. That guy. Trump just fired a U.S. attorney who insisted on following a court order. Michelle Beckwith, the top federal prosecutor in Sacramento, was fired hours after she reminded a Border Patrol chief to abide by court-ordered restrictions on immigration raids. Break the law. If you're doing it for Trump, it's okay. You should know better. You should know my agenda. You're either on board or you're not. Oh, you're a black person? You must be unintelligent. I'm not going to talk very long about this fucking nightmare. But he's making a big deal. He replaced Joe Biden's image with an image of an auto pen, which I didn't know existed and honestly shouldn't exist. This should go away. Not that it needs to be pointed out, Donald Trump used the auto pen as well, at least in his first term. I'm not sure if he's used it in his second term. Probably has, because he's a raging hypocrite. But he thinks this is really funny. He replaced Joe Biden's picture with an auto pen. Haha, very funny. Good stuff. Very triggered. Very triggered. Over here, Republicans against Trump with the tweet. Ralphie Ola Shuheed, 79, a U.S. citizen, is suing DHS for $50 million after masked agents shoved him and body slammed him during the September 9th immigration raid at his Van Nuys car wash. So they come in like a bat out of hell, spear tackle a 79-year-old man. He's a fucking U.S. citizen. No, he's not. He's ethnic. Look at him. He's ethnic. He's super ethnic. Look at that. He's not real America. Should have killed him. Then we won't have to worry about anything. Replace Trump's pic with a soiled diaper. Indeed. Next guy should just replace Trump's picture with an Epstein picture. Yeah, exactly. So, I like to do this sometimes to give you a little window into the right wing. This is just kind of normal conversation. These are normal ideas in the right wing space. This is how they think. This gives us a look at how they want to govern, how far they want to take it. And they just, it's interesting that they, once again, it's always projection, right? Because they always scream about Sharia law. And God damn it, if they don't want Sharia law. God damn it if they don't want their women to fucking basically wear burqas and become slaves in their own homes. When you really get down to it, when they start really talking about their philosophy, Benny Johnson, the right-wing theocratic fascist, right, who's so popular amongst the right now, constantly talks about enslaving women. So here's just a little window into the right wing. This is just stuff that they talk about. Quote, I know this is unpopular, but after seeing how the vast majority of the demons celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk were women, I've realized that repealing the 19th, talking about the 19th Amendment, women's right to vote, repealing the 19th cannot be a suggestion, but must be a necessity to save civilization. We have to remove women's right to vote to save our shitty little society. If that's what saves our society, then our society never deserved to exist. If the only solution, for our society is to strip women of their rights, then we as a society don't deserve to exist. Right. Women untethered, just a bunch of ignorance. I'm not even going to read it. It's just disgusting. But little window into who these people are. And this is just normal back and forth conversation. Yeah, we should strip women of their rights. Yeah, we should enslave them. Yeah, turn them into mommy slaves. This is what it looks like. And by the way, always, what's their opinion on lowering the age of consent? Well, it's complicated. I'd really love to enslave a 16-year-old. Yeah, I bet you would. Donald Trump, quote, here's a quote from Donald Trump. One more of his truths. Welcome back, Nate Slayers. The Democrats want illegal aliens, many of them violent criminals. Not true. To receive free health care. Not true. The Democrats want $500 million to help radical left news outfits. Not true. It's like we're talking about PBS. Are we talking about PBS? Radical left PBS? Are you kidding me? They were literally attached to Hillary Clinton's anus in 2016. PBS. Anyway, the Democrats want to leave dead people on Medicaid and Social Security rolls. Not true. So that criminals can continue to allow to receive that payment. Not true. And steal their money. Not true. The Democrats want to cut billions of dollars from our once vulnerable rural hospitals. Not true. That's literally what you did. They literally did that. Which we fixed by giving them the largest cash infusion ever. So this is actually not true. Elizabeth Warren called out RFK on this one, where he was like, we invested a legendary amount of money into rural hospitals. So they invested like $5 billion or something, or like $15 billion after cutting like 20 or 40 billion or something. So they did a massive fucking cut. And then they did a massive injection of cash to make up for the disaster that they created. And then they brag about that infusion of cash that doesn't match, of course, the amount of money that they still did a massive cut. But they just injected just enough cash to keep just enough hospitals going to keep the heat from getting too crazy. So isn't that insane? I only poured on half the gas can onto the burning building. The Democrats want men playing in women's sports, transgender, quote unquote, for everybody. What can I even say? So it was negative 50 billion, then plus 6 billion. Was that the actual number? That's just an incredible con job. Open borders, not true. You cannot, there's not a single Democrat politician, liberal politician in America that believes in open borders. Not a single one. And perhaps most importantly of all, a 5-letter word, crime. They like it and we don't. I'm sorry, Democrats don't like crime. And so many other things that will destroy America, we cannot let this happen. Okay. Well, if only you were in charge. If only you were in charge totally, completely. Oh, okay, that's not the actual number. But yeah, you get what I'm saying, right? Welcome back, YouTubing. Theocracy is bad, even if you use Jesus to ban abortion and hunt trans people. Are you saying hunting trans people is a good thing? I'm just a little confused. So Charlie Kirk, so apparently this person was bragging, I guess this is a representative from Palantir. He was bragging about how Palantir used the event to beta test some new surveillance technology from Palantir. So this is Andrew saying, I just broke the news that our tech partners tracked over 277,000 devices in and around State Farm Stadium yesterday. Well, that's fucking ominous. That's ominous. They came from all across the country because Charlie pointed us all to Christ and in his martyrdom gave us the courage to do the same. So this Krillin over here, Charlie's funeral being used to beta test some new Palantir analog surveillance state tech on gullible attendants is both incredibly dark and very appropriate. I think I agree. Funny stuff. Also, funny, but also incredibly tragic and frightening. Awesome. Ah! Exactly. That's about correct. No, my point is that they use Sharia as a dog whistle, but MAGA loves using Christendom for its agenda. 100%. 100%. I know sarcasm and like funny jokes are hard to do on Twitch. The chatter has their work cut out for them to be funny. So I get it, guys. I'll try to give you a break. No, I won't. I'll ban you immediately. Because I'm from the left and I don't believe in free speech. After meeting with Alex Jones, top DOJ official threatened Sandy Hook first responder with criminal probe, then walked it back. So that's great. Government's meeting with Alex Jones. Immediately after the meeting, government threatens a Sandy Hook first responder. So are we talking about a cop who went into the school, or like a medical person who went into the school to try to save children? Yeah, we covered it, Blase. Yeah. So just nightmare stuff. I'm not going to read it, but just nightmare stuff. Here's the article. I probably should read it, but I don't have time. Got to keep it moving. So this is the woman right here that might get us the Epstein files. Currently, Mike Johnson is slow walking her approval into government to avoid this vote, but she is going to be the deciding vote in us getting the Epstein files. They're going to find some way. They're going to Du Bois this. They're not going to put out a bunch of documents with Elon Musk and Donald Trump's name on it. They're not going to do that. Yeah, we covered the Alex Jones stuff earlier. Sorry about that. Democrat Adelia Guralva just won the Arizona U.S. House seat, securing 218 votes needed to force Trump to release the full Epstein files. Yeah, sure. I'll believe it when I see it. Sure. By the way, how much money is she taking from AIPAC, and what's her stance on single-payer health care? Because I want to like her. I want to like her. Right. Here is ICE literally using a 5-year-old girl, holding her hostage to entice the father, I assume, or maybe the mother. But this is them literally holding a child hostage. ICE agents held 5-year-old girl outside Leominster home to get father to surrender, family says. Video appears to show federal immigration agents trying to coax the man out of his Massachusetts home while asking something. This is somebody, the name is cut off even. If ICE had a judicial warrant instead of administrative, they could have just gone in and grabbed him. ICE held a 5-year-old hostage instead. So they didn't have a warrant. They couldn't just break into the home. I'm shocked that they care that they can't do that, but I guess they don't want to get blasted on, acting like SWAT teams, kicking down doors. So they're too pussy to do that yet, but give them time. So they can't break down the front door, so they hold the fucking little girl hostage. It's just going to keep getting lower. If we continue to let it, this will lead to death camps. It'll start with the concentration camps, but it will lead that this is the direction. The dehumanization only knows one direction. Mass death, mass annihilation. That's the purpose of all this dehumanization. Switch on over to the headlines here. This is interesting. Little factoid I found interesting. Some beats. E. Oh. E. News. Okay. Am I done being cringy? I am never done being cringy. funny little factoid here. Apparently back in 1928, Republicans had complete control of the Senate, the House, majority of governors, Supreme Court pick, presidency. Party like it's 1928, folks. Nothing bad happened in 1929, by the way. He just ignored me, destroying his optimism. Sorry, you called for crushing optimism? What do you got here? Bought and paid for. Oh, god damn it. Come on, man. Bro, shut up. So she's a big, happy proponent of the Palestinian genocide. She doesn't just take a little money on the side and then, stays quiet. No, she gets out the pom-poms for genocide. Blase, come on, man. How Adelia Garalvia went from AIPAC-funded Israel trips. Oh, man. No. I would really like to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. Is that at all possible? I bought the ticket. I was curious. I hopped on and I thought, hey, you know what? Let's see what chaos and murder is all about. Let's just take a look at the chaos. Just a little peek. Now I'm stuck on Mr. Bones' wild ride and I would like to get off, please. I'm gonna fucking puke. Thank you, Blase. Appreciate it. Great job. Doing great. Appreciate it. Big, contributor to the News Underground. I always appreciate your contributions in the chat. Thank you so much. Sure you don't want to change your name to Hope Killer? Huh? Dreams Murderer? Huh? Optimism Serial Killer, maybe? Something like that? No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Zoran. Okay? And hey, by the way, if we're going to stomp on the Constitution, why don't we just talk about Zoran for president, huh? Why don't we just kind of like ironically in a way be like, fine, no Constitution, Zoran for president. Right? And just challenge the whole watch the right wing force a conversation about constitutionality while they piss all over it, shred all over it. Right? Why not? It forces the right wing into that conversation. Oh, I love the Constitution. That's why I installed a dictator who should be allowed to do whatever they want. No, they're going to have to kill Mamdani. He's not taking the money. They're going to have to take him out. They're going to have to arrest him. He's not taking the money. But why not, right? Why not? The Republicans have embraced anti-constitutionality. We could, ironically, in our own ironic way, and that in that way, kind of bring it up, make it a topic. Like, oh, now you care about the Constitution, huh? You're using it as a fucking napkin over there at your big boy's buffet. Anyway, so yeah, if you didn't know, 1929, the Great Depression, the year we outlawed war, right? Wasn't it 1929? Was it the Roaring 20? Were the Roaring 20s 1928? Was that the Roaring 20s? Something like that. It was a date range in the 20s. 22, maybe 22 to 28 was the Roaring 20s. But no, this was to preempt the Great Depression. So this is what I was talking about with tariffs and farmers. AIPAC Thiel, who knows? We found Zoran opponent. Maybe it won't be enough. They're gonna arrest him. I think Donald Trump is just gonna arrest him. Can't be mayor if he's behind bars. Oh, look at that. We found some kiddie porn. Look at that. A USB stick from Ted Cruz's presidential campaign filled with kiddie porn right in Zoran Mamdani's lap. Look at that. He just tosses it lazily. Get him, arrest him. He got the porno. Get him. Just lazily tosses it into his lap. I don't know where that came from. He just had it. Arrest that man. Yeah, if only they had a Department of War. Well, you know, the Department of War needs a war. He's going to get one with Venezuela. It's that HP Shorty Greatest Hits Volume 1, folks. Make sure you're liking and subscribing on that underground music, that underground sound. HP Shorty, yo. Are we doing Ukraine and Associated? I have something that's good. Give it to me. I've done enough Trump today. You get it. The gist of this video is that, you know, they've tariffed the farmers. The farmers are in bad shape because of the tariffs. So now we're going to give farmers some of the tariff money, make it make fucking sense. And he's like, all of a sudden he cares about the family farms, right? The reason why is that thousands, I'm talking thousands of farmers are about to lose their fucking farms. All right, let's watch this video real quick. It's only 22 seconds. And then we'll watch the one in the chat about Ukraine.
We made, just to get off the subject for a second, we're going to take some of that tariff money that we made, we're going to give it to our farmers who are, for a little while, going to be hurt until...
So you're going to give them what? A couple $1,000 subsidy, a fucking tax break? That's not enough to save the fucking family farm. They needed to sell their crop. Okay, that's tens of thousands of dollars down the fucking drain. You're going to make up that difference with tariffs? I doubt it. We're talking billions of dollars given out to thousands of farmers across the fucking nation to make up that difference. There's no fucking way he's got enough money to do that.
It kicks in, the tariffs kick into their benefit. So we're going to make sure that our farmers are in great shape because we're taking in a lot of money.
Yeah, great. Awesome. It's really killing it. Really killing it. So we tax the farmers, we destroy the farmers' livelihood, then we throw them a fucking couple pennies from the pool of money that we've stolen from the rest of America. What a solution. Guy's a fucking genius, okay? Standing on the shoulders of giants. Over here from Reuters, from our friend Quick Double Tap, how Russia recruited Orthodox priests to sway Moldova's voters. We'll watch a couple minutes of this. This is important. This is how Russia operates. They infiltrate the fucking country whichever way they can, softly at first. We saw this in Crimea, right? We saw standing on the shoulders of giant assholes, exactly. Just big, gaping, farting assholes. Anyways, but this is how Russia invades countries. They come in soft, right? The people want it. They try to foment a rebellion, right? They try to say, oh, look, there's a big pro-Russian rebellion, big uprising, and people who want to be Russian. And they use religion and whatever tool they can use to worm their way into society and then start the seditious activity. And it really is disgusting how they've weaponized Russian culture against freedom, against autonomy.
As he approaches this Orthodox church in Moldova, Archbishop Markel begins his Mass. As he preaches, dozens of worshippers and teenage altar boys film his words on smartphones. His sermons are frequently posted online and often discuss what he describes as attacks by Western forces on his faith. This YouTube video of one of the recordings is titled "Moldova is in Danger. Help Save Orthodox Church of Moldova." One of those dangers he...
So pushing back against, the clear attempt at, injecting Russian politics and to take over Russia, to take over Moldova, is now you being bigoted against Orthodox religion. You see how it works?
Believes is the pro-European ruling political party.
Right.
And
all right, so we're all smart enough to know this is a fascinating video, but this isn't the kind of juicy shit that I wanted to cover with Ukraine. Let's get to some more juicy Ukraine shit. I definitely have some good stuff. We got some Gaza stuff, Comey shit, all the stuff that I just do so much talking about so many different things. I can't believe the topics I don't get to. Oh, okay. I do want to talk about this. Okay. I have just enough time to play this entire video. I have 20 minutes. This is a 16-minute video. I apologize in advance for playing Nathan J. Robinson. I don't know what it is about this. Did he train himself to speak this way? Is he from the past? Is Nathan J. Robinson some time traveler from the 18th century? Is he did he used to know Sherlock Holmes or something? You know what I mean? Like, did he train himself to have this inflection? I swear to God, he's like a fucking, he's like an antique or something, come to life. He's like a Pinocchio come to life from a different century with the way that he talks. But he's so on point here. He's so on track, criticizing Ezra Klein, pushing back against this abundance liberalism that's just the same Joe Biden style neoliberalism in a new fucking package, and he's ready to deliver. He was ready with this, hot and ready with this argument right after the fall of Joe Biden. Oh, no. We're actually totally competent. We know what we're doing. We have to deregulate and move further to the right. Genius! We're geniuses. Whoa, we're genius. Exactly. Abundance is Mitt Romney. It's Heritage Foundation. And here's Ezra Klein with a big fat steaming pile to try and tell us, oh, this is the real liberalism. This is the adults in the room. This is how we win. This is how we win. With the same shit that's lost us all the elections, the same kind of mentality that's got us to this very moment. Here's Ezra Klein. Oh, no. More of it. That's what we need. Nathan J. Robinson, time traveler from 18th century England, here to give us the facts. This is good shit.
Hey, look, I'm sorry. We're going to have to talk about Ezra Klein, and I'm sorry because I know I did just write a very long review of his book Abundance, which he co-wrote with Derek Thompson. Also did a long video adapting that review of Abundance. That review was not positive, and it was very in-depth, so I feel like I've dealt with Ezra Klein's ideas at considerable length, and I don't want this to end up the way that my disagreement with the rationalist writer Sam Harris ended up, which concluded with him calling me mentally unwell.
Okay, so then there was this article I noticed in this online journal. Maybe it's also a print.
You're doing something correct when this prick has problems with you. That means you're actually doing something right.
Journal called Current Affairs, which I hesitate to mention because the editor over there strikes me as someone who is truly mentally unwell, given some of the insane things he's written about me. And
pretty curious coming from a fucking certified bigot.
And the length at which he's written them.
Although I will point out I'd only co-written one article, but admittedly it was very, very long.
This channel is pro-Ukraine. Thank you for your time.
I do think it holds up, though, and Sam Harris never convincingly responded to any of the arguments
I have some cool Ukraine stuff I think I'll show you tomorrow.
Look, there are more things in heaven and earth than Ezra Klein's bad opinions, and I promise that after this, there will be a moratorium on Klein criticism from today until some reasonable point in the future. But look, I have to protest here because Ezra Klein has lately published 2 pieces of material, a column and a podcast.
You know what I mean? Like he trained himself to talk this way. Okay, he said, I want to be the very best when it comes to being obnoxious, and I like no one ever was. I'm going to train myself to speak like an erudite 18th century landowner. I don't know. I just don't get it. Did his parents teach him to speak this? I don't get it.
And they not only irk me, but they are usefully illustrative of a particular kind of politics that I think we have to avoid if we want to successfully stop the country's slide into authoritarianism.
I agree.
So by examining...
I don't know if do you have the nuts to say fascism, or are you using authoritarianism just in a strategic way to not scare away the normies? That's my question. But anyway, let's proceed.
them and understanding why
actually
they're
his
so
accent?
misguided, we can ourselves avoid becoming like
wild.
Ezra Klein, hand-wringing accomplices to the right, sanitizing their propaganda.
Okay, strategy. Okay.
So first, in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's
not hating.
murder,
He's an
Klein
ally.
published a column praising Kirk, and he wrote, "You can dislike much of what Kirk believed, and the following statement is still true. Kirk was practicing politics in exactly the right way. He was showing up to campuses, talking with anyone who'd talk to him. He was one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion." Now, there is, first, an annoying arrogance to the statement. Now, this is an
Outrageous.
opinion piece, but he doesn't present it as a mere
Outrageous.
opinion that Kirk was practicing politics the exact right way. He says that's just a true statement. Like, it's something everyone could agree on, whether you held Kirk's beliefs or not. But there's room for a huge amount of disagreement
right
here.
way.
Numerous commentators replied and pointed out that Charlie Kirk actually practiced politics in a pretty horrible way. He had a closed mind, nasty bigotries, and his conversations with anyone who would talk to him were not really attempts to achieve genuine understanding, but they were opportunities to generate viral YouTube clips of him owning young people. And during the pandemic, medical experts spoke out against Kirk's misinformation campaigns. While Charlie Kirk warned viewers Joe Biden was sending goons.
Did his monocle slip off? I swear to God, did he taught himself how to do this? Did he watch YouTube videos, or how does one even learn how to speak like this?
Door to door to make
Some
you
kind
take a
of coach?
COVID-19 vaccine. And the leader of Columbia University's pandemic
I'll stop
e-source
talking
and
about it.
recovery
I'm sorry.
initiative
I'll
noted
stop talking
Kirk was an unabashed promulgator of egregiously false information about the dangers of vaccination.
I'll stop talking about
adding,
it.
He probably knows better, but he actively chooses to misinform. Charlie Kirk's Turning
Okay,
Point
Sapien.
organizations
Okay,
were
I'm
a
sorry.
dark money network that skirted campaign finance
you should
laws
be
and was
more
fined by the
educated,
Federal
sir.
Election Commission over its
You're
lack
right.
of transparency.
You're right.
Kirk started a McCarthyite public shaming list of professors, which is searchable with tags like LGBTQ, racial ideology, and terror supporter. He even funneled dark money.
Right. So he's so against cancel culture. He only literally created a website to dox professors and you know, to threaten and intimidate professors. That's how much he believed in people speaking what they believed in.
LGBTQ, racial ideology, and terror supporter. He even funneled dark money into student government elections on college campuses in order to try and stack student councils with right-wingers. This is a man who literally wanted to rig and corrupt the student body election system. He said it
QDT.
might seem like
Okay.
kind of a silly thing to try and
Mr.
take over
Peanut.
student government associations, but the only vulnerability there is, the only little
I do
opening
say,
is student
sir.
government association races and elections. So
Stamps
we're
the
investing
cane
a
on
lot
the
of
floor.
time, energy, and money in it. So that's practicing politics the right way, is it, Ezra
Yeah.
Klein? Now look, in Ezra Klein's defense,
By the way, he's incredibly intelligent, well-read, talented, and totally correct here, by the way. I know I'm making a lot of fun of him and his inflection, but he's earned it. He's earned it. He's earned the white suit. He's earned the whole presentation because he's spitting fucking fire. He's totally 100% correct.
he doesn't actually seem to know anything about Charlie Kirk. Ta-Nehisi Coates noted in a response in Vanity Fair that there was not a single word in Klein's piece from Charlie Kirk himself. He quoted nothing, perhaps because if Klein had actually quoted Kirk, he would have had to confront the fact that, as Coates says, quote, Kirk reveled in open bigotry.
Yes.
Indeed, claims of Kirk's civility are tough to square with his penchant for demeaning members of the LGBTQ plus community as freaks, referring to trans people with the slur tranny. He defined the American way of life as marriage, home ownership, and child rearing free of the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, adding that he did not want kids to have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. Kirk habitually railed against black crime, claiming that prowling black...
One of his final words before dying was making a disingenuous argument about how black people commit more crime than white people when he was being asked a question about crime stats. It was like one of his last words was being disingenuous about black people and, you know, they're black so they commit more crime. And we know it's the exact opposite, actually.
Go around for fun to go target white people. He repeated the rape accusations against Yusuf Salam, a member of the exonerated Central Park 5, who's now a New York City councilman, calling him a disgusting pig who'd gotten away with gang rape. Whatever distaste Kirk held for blacks was multiplied when he turned to those from Haiti. Haiti was, by Kirk's lights, a country infested with demonic voodoo where migrants were raping your women and hunting you down at night. Now, Coates points out that Kirk's rampant bigotry permeated throughout his institution, Turning Point USA. Within its ranks, staff members felt no need to dilute their true feelings about minorities, again to quote Coates. Crystal Clanton, the group's former national field director, once texted a fellow Turning Point employee, "I hate black people. Like, fuck them all." In 2022, after 3 black football players were killed in another college, Meg Miller, president of Turning Point's chapter at the University of Missouri, joked in a social media message that if they would have killed 4 more N-words, we would have had the whole week off. So then what does Ezra Klein mean exactly when he says Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way? Well, he appears to mean only that Kirk didn't throw bombs at people. He didn't shoot people, that he advanced his political agenda using words and, of course, money rather than violence. But by that standard, David Duke was also practicing politics the right way when he decided the Ku Klux Klan should put on suits and ties and join the...
Ezra Klein is everything wrong with neoliberalism, modern, you know, the corporate left, whatever you want to call it. He's the embodiment of everything we need to fight against and politically destroy. You know, when he retires, there it is, like a goddamn looming monolith. But when he retires, like that, you know, it will be a victory for progressive leftism when he throws in the towel and says, "Okay, I'm done doing propaganda for this dying, dead ideology."
Republican Party rather than carrying out lynchings. It's certainly true that it's better to be non-violent than violent, but it's also true that many of those who practice politics with words are not entirely non-violent insofar as they are trying to attain control over the government in order to enforce their political preferences using the threat of state violence. Letters to the New York Times about Ezra Klein's column showed that many readers understood how absurd this argument was. One was from a professor targeted by Turning Point's professor watch list, who had personal reasons for thinking this was not the right way to do politics. She said many of her colleagues now hesitate to speak or write publicly because of the tactics used by Mr. Kirk.
So there's a direct result of what is obvious intimidation, you know, from so-called free speech, right? It's like, you know, the guy, you know, free speech guy. Oh, he believed in it. No, he didn't. He believed in dishonest debate. He believed in cancel culture. He was a big proponent for it. We cannot allow this tragedy, this assassination, to be utilized in this way. We have to stand firm on the truth on this one. We cannot budge. Oh, you approve. We have to make that argument. We have to get awkward, and we got to defend ourselves. We cannot allow this to stand.
And those he inspired, adding that many faculty members have been doxxed and threatened. Another pointed out that in his vaunted debates, Charlie Kirk dealt almost exclusively in bad faith arguments, distorting facts and bringing up the irrelevant, often employing rhetorical tactics to verbally and emotionally dominate his opponent. Now, Ezra Klein, in a subsequent podcast, did not seem to have learned anything from the critics of his column. He doubled down, saying,
"You can disagree with virtually everything Kirk believed about politics. You can detest some of what he believed about politics and still believe that he was there on that stage practicing politics the right way."
But Klein's defense here hinges on the ambiguity of his headline. If by practicing politics, we're referring solely to the act of showing up and giving talks and doing Q&As, then yes, he was doing it the right way. But if we're referring to the totality of what Kirk did, then he very much was not doing it the right way, because we should practice a politics of empathy and care. Now, Klein points out that he feels a special bond with Charlie Kirk.
But I find myself grieving for him because I recognize some commonality with him. He was murdered for participating in our politics. Somewhere beyond how much divided us, there was something that bonded us too. Some effort to change this country in ways that we think are good.
But once again, so was David Duke. Everyone in political history, even Hitler, even Mao, is engaged in some effort to change their country in ways they think are good. To want to change your country is not inherently deserving of respect. If you want to change it in ways that are horrifying, well, no, I don't feel any commonality or bond with you just because we both hold beliefs that think those beliefs are good. Every single person on the planet thinks their beliefs are good and right. That's what believing in something means. We can imagine Ezra Klein during the American Civil War. I feel a bond with Jefferson Davis because while we may have our disagreements, we're both engaged in efforts to change our country in ways we think are good. Now, the tendency here to downplay the actual stakes of politics, to see comedy.
He's been around quite a bit. His last big controversy was when some of his employees tried to unionize and there was a fight there. So it was like Mr. Progressive, Mr. Pro-Union all of a sudden doesn't want to unionize when his employees, blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure how that was resolved, but, you know, whatever. I'll get over it, right? Like, he's spitting fire here. He's doing a really good job.
Is more important than the substantive consequences. That's fully on display in Ezra Klein's follow-up to the Kirk column, which is a friendly podcast with our old friend Ben Shapiro. Now, Shapiro is a racist. He says Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. He's put considerable effort into defending the genocide of Palestinians, and his latest book, which we reviewed in Current Affairs, is a horrifying descent into the moral abyss, dividing the world into good, noble lions and parasitic scavengers. It's a reductive, dehumanizing framework.
Disgusting.
And it's reminiscent of fascist language about Übermenschen and Untermenschen, and sets the stage for acts of brutal violence. We must destroy the scavengers before they destroy us, etc. So does Ezra Klein in this conversation aggressively challenge Shapiro over his factual errors, over his genocide support, over his childish worldview? No, he lightly pushes back on Shapiro, but he gives him plenty of space to expound on his horrifying worldview.
Here's the link to the channel, folks.
The kind of aggressive grilling that Ben Shapiro would get if he ever did come on the Current Affairs podcast. And Ben Shapiro, there's still a standing invitation for you. It's a completely maddening conversation that Ezra Klein has with Ben Shapiro. He politely disagrees with much of what Shapiro says, but he also asks him a great many open-ended questions. What's the difference between being a conservative and a counter-revolutionary? How do you define Western civilization? What's the lions versus scavengers framework doing for you? Compare with a decade ago, are you more or less comfortable on the right? Now, these simply allow Ben Shapiro to spout his noxious worldview at length before Klein asks for elaboration or poses a lightly challenging question. So even as Shapiro bashes Palestine protesters, explaining the reason there are queers for Palestine is that both LGBT people and pro-Palestine activists are scavengers in his framework, Ezra Klein doesn't point out how outrageous that is or explain the reality of the Gaza genocide or LGBT oppression. Having Ben Shapiro on is a perfect opportunity to confront him with the basic findings of all the international human rights groups that Israel is committing a genocide, and to challenge him to explain how genocide victims are scavengers exactly. But Ezra Klein treats Ben Shapiro with a seriousness that his atrocious half-baked ideas don't deserve.
Yeah.
Now look, I am
This is how they operate,
engaging intellectually.
Sane washing fascism, Tapper Jake style. It's gotta go. We gotta dustbin it. It's gotta go right in the dumpster.
With the right. I actually wrote a whole book. It's called Responding to the Right. Brief replies to 25 conservative arguments. And I do this meticulously in there. I go through all of their arguments and I engage with them. I take them seriously and I refute them. I show why they're wrong and you shouldn't believe them. I'm also a pacifist who deplores all political violence, although I'm actually consistent in that I care just as much about victims of US violence abroad as about the death of a right-wing political commentator. All murder is to be condemned consistently.
They'll come back.
I agree entirely with Ezra Klein that political disagreement should be carried out through argument and persuasion rather than by beating up or shooting our enemies. But I also believe in being forceful and honest and committed to humane principles. And honesty means telling the truth about Charlie Kirk's odious views, even as we fully denounce his murder. Forceful commitment to principle means when you have someone with hideous beliefs like Ben Shapiro sitting there in your studio, you have an obligation to confront him on his lies and bigotry and not treat him with kid gloves. Ezra Klein is actually a bad advertisement for a politics of discourse and engagement because he suggests that it involves being weak in our confrontations with white supremacy and genocide. but it doesn't need to. We can be aggressive champions of the dispossessed while still using argument and rhetoric as our weapons.
Sure.
That is practicing politics the right way.
Sure. We need to always confront this from a peaceful angle, but because we are up against fascism, we need to understand that violence will be brought against us. And this is where Gandhi comes in, right? He understood that they will use violence against us. Our response will be, this ritualistic resistance. So we do need to be peaceful in how we frame ourselves and how we present ourselves. But we also need to expect the violence of the state. We should not be surprised by it, at the very least. So anyway, good stuff from Nathan J. Robinson there. I think that's his name. All right, what's his fucking name? Yeah, Nathan J. Robinson. That's good shit. Like I said, he's a time traveler from the 1800s. I guess, I don't know. He's Doctor Who's cousin or something. I don't know. But I thought that was pretty fucking good, so I thought I'd show that to everybody. That's the last video I got for today. Obviously, I got a lot more to talk about. Like I said, tomorrow, if I do a stream tomorrow, it'll be a special one that you'll see me interacting with my kid, playing with my kid. He's a disabled kid, so he's blind, so I got to do exercises and things with him. But I'll just go wireless mic, and we'll still cover this news because there's so much more to cover. LOL, that's how people speak. No, it isn't. That's not how people speak. That's how people from a Sherlock Holmes novel speaks. That's not how regular folks speak. Okay. Come on. I thought Doctor Who's cousin was Dr. Evil. No, it's Nathan J. Robinson. But folks, I wish I had time to give everybody props here, but strategy member, quick double tap, Seneca Athena, Blase, Grin, Splendid Vania, appreciate you coming in, new person. Simply Steve, please remind me of what you just said next stream there so we can talk about it a little bit more. Socializing Sapien, if I didn't give you props, you get them now. Clutch Cargo, big props, OG Clutch Cargo. Thank you. Female Eunuchs, Your Tubing, big props. Right in my trunk, in my trunk. Your Tubing, big props, big props. Props to all you lurkers. Props to everybody that doesn't want to chat. I appreciate you coming in anyway. You like the news on the ground. You don't want to chat. You're too busy. Entertain me, clown. That's okay. I'll entertain you. Quietly entertain me, clown. Okay, no problem. Yes, sir. Thank you to the lurkers. Big props to the lurkers. Blase, if I haven't given you. Hooligan Grundy. Incredulous Buffoon, if you came in, thank you for coming in. Your boy Woke Patriot. Big props to Lenny, who we didn't see Lenny today, but hashtag more Lenny. Hopefully Lenny's doing well. Nate Slayers. Big props, Nate Slayers. Seneca Athena, I know I already gave you props, but we're giving you double props because that's just how cool you are. Just going up the chat, folks, trying to give everybody props who deserves it. Zeta Physician, you seem cool. Thank you for coming in, Zeta Physician. Let's not forget our favorite girl, the best girl, B-Ree. B-Ree over there, big props to B-Ree coming in, number one in the chat. Promethean Rebellion.
Bump the track, shout.
Bump that track, shouting. Let's not forget, Free Palestine. How do we fix this problem? What do we do? This is crazy. Help me. I'm panicking. You just spent 5 hours telling me that the world's ending. What do I do? Calm down. There is a solution. It's called nonviolent, direct political action. I have a simple 3-step program that you can follow to join the revolution. Step 1, we inform ourselves. That's what we did today. It's a lot of fun. Step 2, we sign up and show up. We use resources like the big list of protests, the Blob. There's many other resources, including Google itself. But we search Google. We use the big list of protests, we sign up and show up. Step 3, we put in the fucking work. We got to work just as hard as the fascists are working, twice as hard. It's that simple 3-step program to create political change. You don't have to be Martin Luther King. You don't have to be Malcolm X. Okay? You don't have to be a leader, but you have to be a leader or a follower. You can't be neither. The alternative to fighting back is letting fascism win and control your life. That means control your body, control your genitals, control your religion, control your children. It means relinquishing control to an authoritarian dictatorship that has no interest in your safety. That's the alternative to fighting. You will not be left alone. You are not safe. Tyranny will find you. You must be prepared to resist or acquiesce. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East, and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Let's free some fucking Palestine while we're at it. And we'll see you next time on the News Underground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. Take care of yourself. HP Shorty, y'all. Abandoned Nihilism.